Okay, I'm trying to eat this like peanut butter bar thing before the stream, but it is so chewy that that isn't really happening. Anyway, we have lots of challenge quests available now, so that's a thing. I don't even know where to start. They redid the free quests. Apparently the new fancy one that's like unique to the rerun just drops mirrors. Who the hell needs mirrors, by the way? Like, out of all the things this event could give us, why that? Like, we got all these new servants that we don't even have their mats in the game yet, so you can't level their skills. Like, how did that happen? We have fucking characters in the game that it's impossible to 10-10-10, right? What is it? This is like when the game first came out. Anyway, so they gave us fucking mirrors. That's great. Anyway, hopefully one of the later stages will fix that. Yeah, I know some characters need them. I meant who, as in like players, right? Like who the fuck needs mirrors? All right, we got Spartacus. I already did the finals, which you know, they're kind of neat, but they're not really fun ones to mess around with because you have to do them in such a particular way. By the way, I actually had a harder time with the nerfed version because I took the non-nerfed one kind of seriously for the video. And then I took the non-nerfed one, or the actually nerfed one. I took that one's, you know, I was like, oh, whatever, this is the easier one. So, I didn't lose, but I almost lost, so that would have been a thing. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I might play some NA later because they've got the memorial stages, I think. So, hey, Dadoshi, thank you for the 20 months. 20 months. It's a long time. And Boatless with the 41 months. Everybody's getting old. Alright, so if I remember correctly, this boss heals a lot every turn, and on certain turns he'll like burst heal. And you have, you know, his health bars are like his checkpoints, if you will. Who do I want to use for this? Okay, I know this is boring. I want to use Ku real quick. And the reason I want to use Ku real quick is because Ku couldn't really do this back in the day without using default. The default Mystic Code. And it was because you needed enough burst damage to like one-shot the final health bar. And unless you got really lucky, that didn't really work. So, you know, and it works fine with default, and, you know, no problem, you win. But I want to see now that Ku's been buffed and all that, and we have command codes and all this crazy shit. I want to see if he can just play with Atlas like normal and win that way. Oh yeah, I should like turn the starting soon off. I mean, to be fair, we haven't really started yet. You know, y'all giving me sass over here, but you know, we're in the command code UI, and we're gonna be here for like a year. You know, y'all being all silly here, but we ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Let's be real here. So I guess starting soon's a lie. It should actually be starting a long time later. That's what it should say. Because the command codes that I want apparently are equipped to someone else. Probably Mori or something. No? Who the fuck? I did a Mori setup for the finale just for funsies. Oh my god. That's not one that I wanted, but I still need to make that video. Alright, let's see. I've heard, and I kind of knew this going into it, because I checked, quite a while ago I checked my Spartacus video, and I noticed a lot of Spartacus's healing comes from buffs that can be removed. And Berghest removes buffs every time she attacks for 3 turns, and you can use Atlas to make that 6 turns. So, you know, the whole like damage check per health bar thing, you don't really have to worry about that. Also, she does a lot of damage anyway, so then you really don't have to worry about it. Okay, I'm actually confused. Oh, Billy has some of them. Okay. Yeah, I imagine she can just like see red, press red, and win. The only way I could see her losing is if like Spartacus Buster crits her every turn, right? Then you might have a bad time. But she could probably like 3-turn it because I don't think she'll have any issues breaking the health bars at all. Now, this is what would be interesting, is how does she do without the event CE, right? Because that's always the way to make these significantly harder. So we might give that a shot in a minute and see how that goes. Because although, yes, she can remove the boss's gimmick, the stat check aspect of it becomes so much more extreme without the event CE. I might even try Coup without the event CE. That will be tough, because if you're not hitting those damage thresholds and you don't have buff removal or something like that, there's basically no way to win, really. Alright, let's go... I'm gonna go damage on Buster. We'll do anti-male, anti-servant. They really need to add anti-female command code to balance this shit out. Because against a male servant, you can have 2 command codes that are just universal damage ups. You can solo with Yang CE. I wonder if she could do without, like, just Art of Death. That'd be impressive. I might try that. I remember right when I got Art of Death to level 80, they added the Yang CE. That was a great feeling. Alright. I don't think these have trash in them. They kind of figured out that that was stupid as fuck and stopped doing it. Hey, thank you for the 100 bits, man. I'm doing well. My allergies are a shit show, but that's always how it is. Alright, we need Leonidas. Not that one. Where the there he is. Can we just get aggravating the game, like, period? There's trash mobs. Although it's a lot more normal. It's only 1 wave instead of 2. That's significantly less annoying. I'm telling you, both the trash mobs in this part of the event and the original part of the event, they're there to help you. They are not there to fuck you over. It's just the, you know, they're thinking about team play. And in team play, they really do help you. You can just set up and good to go. Well, not getting anywhere with NP gain right now. Chat, I realized that I I don't have a video for Jason, and I don't have a video for Black Bart. I really need to fix that. I don't even know how that happened, because I like Black Bart a lot. I know why Jason didn't get a video back in the day, and it's because Cairo made the video that I was gonna make. And so I just, I never made one. Because I never found another piece of content I really liked. Like, for it. And I hate to say this. Man, I fucking hate to say this. But Jason's not that good in budget teams. Like, he's just not. People act like, okay, I'm gonna restart just because that's such a bad open. Like, we might be able to still win and all that. That's so annoying. Yeah, Jason is just not very useful when you're doing budget stuff. Like, he doesn't do enough damage. He doesn't loop on his own at all, not even close. His support is okay, but nothing exceptional. The other budget sabers are just so much better. Like, the other budget sabers are more damagey and less supporty, but their damage is so much better than him that their extra damage makes up for the support that he would give to someone else, generally. So I've pretty much never found a good time to use him in budget play. Game, would it kill you to give me my art card? The thing is, if you have access to double Castoria, you can 3-turn like almost anything. You don't need Jason, right? It's like, oh man, if I didn't have Jason, I couldn't 3-turn this, right? Like that. It's not that relevant, to be honest. Hey Rex. But Rex, Jack is only good if the enemy's female. Haven't you heard? Okay, we actually got our NP this time. Alright. More normal start here. 400k. Well, I'm pretty sure Ku will do that. Now, if I was worried, I would need to do like Buster NP Buster, but I'm thinking we're gonna be okay. Yep. If I remember correctly, on every like third turn is when he like super heals. He only has 2 actions per turn, which is a pretty big help to Ku. I'm not sure there's much point in doing damage right now. Man, I think Ku's got this in the bag, by the way. Although I kind of need to NP before my attack up wears off, otherwise I'm going to have to actually try. And Spartacus's hit count is so low, that's probably not going to happen. Uh-oh. I'm actually lowering my attack by using my heal there, but I don't think it'll matter. I cut that so close. Well, he just healed back to full, so there's that. Alright, I'm gonna have to try a little bit harder here to actually break, so we'll do this. Am I forgetting something? I know he's got that damage resist. That is not working how he doesn't have it anymore. I don't even, I wonder if it was like if you NP, it gets rid of it. Boy, I should have been focusing on nothing but NP gain on that next turn then, or Stargen. And like B, I think I just threw. Doing B, NP, B there was really bad. I should have done NP gain, so like quick for crits. Whoops! Well, at least I remember that's a thing now. Okay, I'm gonna restart. We kind of just Man, what do you even do then while you're waiting? You're kind of just like, I guess you just don't do anything. We had a lot of survivability left, so we might have won anyway, but I want to be optimal, and I want to kind of see how it goes if you play it right. Bart's not very good, to be honest. He's good in some very specific circumstances, and if you're not using higher rarity stuff, sometimes he's one of your only like crit supports for like making enough stars and giving some kind of quick stuff, you know, like, so he can be okay, but he's really reliant on like the other units to like set him up properly, and then like Poster Girl helps him a lot, and yeah, it's just kind of meh, to be honest. I want him to get buffed, and I hope when if they buff him, they buff his support, because I think buffing his damage is futile. I mean, look at how much they've had to buff Kojiro to make him kind of a solid damage dealer, because he's a 1-star. 1-stars do not make good damage dealers. Okay, game, you're really starting to be annoying here. I might just bring an extra taunt. We obviously don't need it. It just removes so much of the RNG. Like, you bring an extra taunt to just die and give you charge. Because you can absolutely get your NP before the fight starts. We've done it, but it's just super random. The thing is, Bart does stuff Hans doesn't. Because he has Star Bomb, where Hans you have to wait. Oh my god, I'm just bringing extra taunt. I guess it's just RNG as fuck. I don't think they're gonna buff Jason, because the player base has this perception of him being godly, even though he's not. I guess I use Chen. That happens a lot, though. That's what's happened to Baldy. People think Baldy's like this godly 3-star. I remember people saying he was power creep for 3 stars. It was like, brah. Like, even before Ku had a single buff, Ku could outperform him pound for pound. And, you know, now Ku's been buffed a lot. It's kind of messed up. There's been a few units, though, that, like, people thought were OP for a long time and they finally realized they weren't. So, you know, who knows, we'll see. I see a lot of whales saying Jason is really good, but then never using him. And then the budget people that aren't whales and don't have access to all the supports and stuff the whales have, try to use him. And it doesn't really work out very well. I see that a lot. That being said, there are uses for Jason. It's not like he's useless, of course not, but like outside of farming and having the right really powerful supports to support him, he doesn't do too much for you. Which is a shame because he's got a great voice actor and really good animations and all that stuff. I'm gonna keep that one alive because it's higher level and it has an attack buff, so it's more likely to one-shot Shingon. I don't really need to use my art, I don't think, so I can save the cooldown. There's no point in... we have to stall anyway, there's no point in doing silly things. Oh, when did they change Mana Prisms? I think that was the next anniversary. It's not that hard to get Mana Prisms though, as long as you keep up with events. If you don't keep up with events though, then it's kind of an issue. I don't think there's any other debuffs here, so I can just use this one. You know, I could break this health bar without using my first skill, like definitely, and then save it for the next health bar. I don't think I need it though. I'm pretty sure if I just wait those turns, it'll be fine. Oh yeah, the anniversaries always add a bunch of stuff to the shop that you can buy like bonus. I hope when JP gets their anniversary soon, they get fucking command codes like the keys, because they just don't give those out anymore. It's awful. I guess we just kind of dick around here. I'll get my NP, then we'll do damage. Although he'll just heal it back, but numbers. I have, because my main account is my main account. Wow, that was a tough one to figure out. But I play it the most, and I do every event ever on it, and I just stay on top of it. By all my accounts, the most, big time. And I play it daily, so I'll get those 30 mana prisms per day and that kind of thing. So I don't even know how many I have right now. I know I just spent an insane amount. I bought a bunch of stuff from the mana prism shop, like CEs. But I'm pretty sure I still have like over 10,000 or some nonsense. Alright, my PFA is gone. 2 more turns. This must be so easy for Burgess then though. If you just remove all of his healing, even when you're waiting, he's just not going to get anything done, and you'll get through this health bar pretty quick. Alright, next turn is the NP turn. I wonder if you have like a quick team and also Paul. I wonder if you can just delete his healing. Look at him quick charging. Good thing he doesn't have 3 actions per turn. Shit. That could have ended pretty badly for me. Part of me wants to use Atlas just to get my attack buff, but I don't think I need it. What if I do though? We'll try without. I'm a little worried though that I think the smart thing to do here with Ku is you don't use his first skill on the first health bar. You use it on the second one, but you actually use it early. So on the final turn of it, like when you're on the 3rd turn of the attack buff, that's the turn you NP. And that way it comes back pretty soon for the next health bar. Okay, that's not great. Probably should have followed the crits. Uh-oh. I think we got it. Oh, yeah. Okay, we should be smooth sailing now. Yeah, I can see why back in the day, though, you had to use the default Mystic code, because these other health bars you can get through, especially if you do Buster and P-Buster and stuff like that. But this last one, unless you got crazy lucky, it'd be really hard to do the damage. It shouldn't be a problem at all. I don't... I think I heal once, just in case I get lucky and he doesn't pop guts. But getting low in health is actually good, because Ku starts doing so much more damage at low health. But I'm greedy and I want to see if I can get one more turn out of my health bar. You might be able to do this with Ku with the Yang CE, but you'd have to get really meta with your first skill. Alright, I might as well cast this now because we win next turn. Oh yeah, that's I can see though. Atlas just isn't very good here though. Like even with Ku's buffs, there's just no reason to bring it. The way things line up, you're really not going to get much out of it. Like you might be able to get PFA again, especially if you had like heal command codes and stuff, but it doesn't really line up in a way. So that's not particularly useful, so. There's some fights like that with Ku, and I've actually been seeing more and more fights like that lately where Atlas is only kinda good. Strangely enough though, in a lot of videos that I've made for Ku in the last like year, there've been fights where default would be better, except there's a debuff element, and so Atlas is still good, and so a lot of times when I have the opportunity to show off default with Ku, it ends up not happening. We're gonna super kill him here. He doesn't have his damage resist. We have like 49% attack up. Yeah, I think we got him. Alright, I want to use Burgess just because I want to see how all that plays out. I suspect it's kind of silly. And I still need to do some of the earlier challenge quests. I actually haven't done them yet. I love how the flavor text says Atlas is the strongest mystic code. Honestly, for the most part, they're right. Because, okay, this is something I think a lot of people miss. Especially for challenge quests, right? For farming, you're gonna win. You just want to get it over with faster for the most part, unless you're wanting to test things or mess around. But for major boss fights and challenge quests, most of the player base, they're just trying to beat it. And even the whales, this is the funny thing, the whales that act like 3-turning is the only thing that matters, they don't ever 3-turn like a new challenge quest, you know, out of the gate. They do it over and over and over again until they figure, okay, this is the best DPS, this is the order, and that's how you 3-turn it, right? And if they enjoy doing that, that's fine, but that's not actually practical, right? They act like you have to 3-turn challenge quests to be practical, but nobody 3-turns a challenge quest without doing the challenge quest multiple times. And if you're trying to be practical, it's not practical to do a challenge quest multiple times because there's no reward out of it, right? Now again, you know, some of you just do it for fun, and that's the sensible thing, right? You just challenge quests, fun, you know, that's the thing. And so if you're just having fun, then you don't really need to just worry about 3-turning all the time. And most accounts can't. There's a lot of really hard challenge quests out there. You cannot 3-turn if you're on normie, right? Unless you got a bunch of OP supports and shit like that. It's just impossible. It's not a matter of skill or leveling your skills up or any of that. You just can't. Anyway, so when it comes to challenge quests and main story fights, damage and survival are both useful, right? If one unit has less damage, but they don't just have more survival than the unit you're comparing them to, they have so much more survival than that unit you're comparing them to. Before dying, they're going to get more damage off in the long run. And if a fight is really hard, the longer a fight is, the harder a fight is, the more that matters, right? So you have some units that do insane damage in a short period of time, but then they fall off really hard. Like some berserkers are like that. You know, they'll do insane damage and then they don't do anything. So if the fight goes on for 20 turns, they're actually really bad. And a lot of other units that kind of just keep up medium damage forever will outdo them, right? I'm trying to remember. I started on this rant because there was a specific unit that I was thinking about that is in that area where it's like their pound for pound is really good. It's not Ku. Everybody knows Ku's good in that area. But I actually forgot what unit I was talking about where I was going into, you know, why your like long-term survivability versus damage, you know, ratio is important. But I don't remember what unit I was thinking of. So, whoops. No, not 100 Face. Not Nero. It's something to do with what chat was talking about for a minute there. Oh no, it was Atlas. Excuse me. It was Atlas. Never mind the units. You have to get that shit out of here. The Atlas Mystic Code, about the lore, it's saying that the Atlas Mystic Code is the strongest Mystic Code. So in really hard fights where that kind of, you know, pound for pound value really matters, Atlas is almost always the best one. Because in the short term, a lot of times Atlas doesn't do anything. And that's why it's not good for farming a lot of the time. But when the fight is going to be harder, and you're not going to be free turning it, it ends up generally being the best, because getting skills sooner can have a more impact than any single Mysticode skill would normally have. Debuffs can be a huge part of a fight. Invulnerability stops sure hit, where basically no other Mysticode can stop sure hit. And like the final stage with Nero, with the challenge quest, she gets sure hit at the end. Most of the Mysticodes won't help you then if you need to stop like an NP from her, where Atlas will. So I'd actually say gameplay-wise, for hard content, for like 90% of the player base, I'd say Atlas overall is the best Mysticode. Now sometimes certain teams are just like, no, we need default, or no, we need Anniversary Blonde, right? They're so tailored. But the universal, I think, best Mysticode really is Atlas. And the nice thing about it is you don't need to level it. It's really good at level 1. Dude, leveling Anniversary Blonde, anytime because I wanted to get Atlas. I wanted to get Atlas to level 10. Can you imagine what I'm going to be like when if I make it to like the age of 60, right? It's harder to keep track of your thoughts and stuff when you get older, right? It just is what it is. And I already am really bad at that. So that'll be an interesting conversation. Anyway, so leveling Atlas when farming, what I just did was I would just use the most OP teams ever, right, when I was farming, so I wouldn't need a Mysticode. Because yeah, you don't want to have to rely on it at all. Alright. Move some command codes around. Let me think, what do I want to use? This is not the command code UI. This is the command card UI. Because putting those next to each other makes sense. And also making the UI look exactly the same. Old Nako. I guess there would be times when you're farming, especially on a newer account or a very on-meta account, or for a very hard farming stage, where you might use Atlas to get your support skills back the second time to just make the last wave. Like if you're 5-turning or something, I could see that actually being okay. Also, there are times where it's meta to 5-turn. I'm not kidding. This whole 3-turn meta shit is ridiculous because it's literally not meta a lot of the time. If you have an event where you need to bring as many event CEs as humanly possible, and because a lot of players aren't refreshing their AP with SQ, and shit like that, you need to get the most out of each run, not the fastest time, right? You're not speed running. And when a lot of times you're bringing more bonus servants or more bonus CEs mean you don't actually clear as quickly. So in those kind of setups, or if it's an event like that, then yeah, maybe you do use Atlas sometimes. What if I can do both? Yeah, sometimes you can do both, but sometimes you can't, because sometimes the event servants are just awful for farming. Like there's been events where like the certain servants give you bonus drops, and they're just so bad at farming whatever you need to farm that you're generally not 3-turning, right? And then if for like Nerofest, for example, where it's a lottery event, you want to bring 6 lottery CEs or something like that. The only way to generally 3-turn those is having a lot of the OP supports, and not just summoning one from your friend. You have to have like really good stuff, and a lot of people just won't. So it's sometimes just off the table. Also, some 3-turn setups just require so many clicks, you'd have been better off playing a more simple setup that was 5-turning. I've seen that a lot, where some 3-turn setups just get, for free to play, get so convoluted that it's like just 5-turn it and you'll actually do it faster, right? Because you're spending so much time having to switch units around and shit like that. It's not really worth it. Alright, what is she gonna need here? I wonder if healing herself is going to be worth it at all. I would think so, because she has so much inherent healing that I feel like it's never a waste to work some of that in. Imagine having 10-10-10 skills though. Sometimes when I'm playing another video game, or I'm watching something, or I'm doing laundry, there's the badass stuff, the laundry. But sometimes when I'm more focused on something else, but I want to get some farming in on whatever FGO event is happening, sometimes I use setups that are worse, but they're so much easier to play. right? Because I'm not worried. I don't want to look at the screen and click Scatty skills. I want to, you know, return to Origin and click the red cards, right? I've absolutely done that. I have made farming teams sometimes that are ultra ooga booga, so I don't have to look at the screen really. I just kind of like, you know, awkwardly slap the phone every once in a while, and you know, the stage gets done sooner or later. You know, I'm trying to watch a show or read a book. You know, actually, I don't ever play FGO while reading a book. I don't ever do that. But you know, sometimes you're doing something else and you don't want to bother with all that other nonsense. I don't know what to give her. I'm thinking her damage is going to be so good, I don't really need to give her damage command codes, but I don't know. It's not even about multitasking, although, you know, that is certainly an issue, but even if you could multitask, you know, when you're reading a book and you're like reading a story or something, you want to focus on it, right? You want to be, that's kind of the point of it, so you don't want to have something on the side that's taking your attention. Maybe I just do the bonus heal and I don't do the heal command code. Or I put the heal command code on a quick card in case I do need like emergency healing. I don't know, I need to use her more to just kind of feel out when you need, like, how much survivability is too much survivability, and when you need more damage and that kind of stuff. I haven't used her a lot. Although I have soloed some pretty ridiculous things with her, but I'm waiting to make any videos until you can actually make her a 10-10-10. So never. Thinking we're not gonna need crits. Okay, we're gonna go damage and see what happens. Or mostly damage. Okay, when is the Lost Belt? Yeah, it's about 9 or 10 days. Hopefully it's good. And before it's split into more parts. Chat, now aren't you glad that literally every time you click a challenge quest that you've already beaten, the game tells you you don't get any rewards? And thank God that then if you beat it again and then go to do it again, it'll tell you again. Because you might have forgotten, right? And wouldn't that be terrible? Like fucking every goddamn stage, dude. Like, that just irks me to no end. It's like, I've been playing this game for years, and it still says that shit, right? It's like, can we have one of those little buttons in the middle where it's just, you know, don't show this again, that you can just opt into, right? You don't force it on people. But can we have that? Because that would be swell. I guess Atlas. Wasting that 1 AP. Well, not exactly a great opening hand for getting NP gain, but she's not super reliant on her NP anyway. I'm so glad this isn't FGO Day 1. So FGO Day 1, you had to use your final Ascension if you were max level. You did not have a choice. And Burgist's final Ascension is bad. I'm just saying. Yeah, that was a thing back in the day. It was something they patched into the game. I'm pretty sure though they patched it so fast. Like they added it into the game so fast that you didn't have to use your final Ascension. Also, I may be remembering wrong, but I'm pretty sure your friends list also would always be final Ascension. They didn't add like that option to use their whatever they picked for a while. Why is... Ugh, they didn't kill my... Might have to use a CS here. Oh my god, I'm not sure I can avoid killing this guy for 2 turns either. Dude, the UI for Day 1 FGO was so different. Oh my god. Like the way the health bars were done and everything. If Lost is here, he can answer most Day 1 questions because he played back then, and mostly remembers that stuff. Okay, I can totally not kill it here because I got lucky and Leonidas got the cards. Yeah, no back button. That took a long time to get added though, and in A, you all got that a lot sooner. That emote. Are you? First off, I actually forgot to NP, but thank goodness, because he didn't attack anyway. Oh my god, he might kill it with his extra attack. This stupid ass mob is double defense down. I did the worst combo possible, so I think we're okay. Attack me. There you go. Jesus. Don't worry guys, we got 33 stars. This is where Star Bomb on our quick card would be nice though. I don't really want to do my quick card though in case I need to heal. Unnecessary damage, let's go. Oh good, the sun is out. Yeah, that mob died many times over. Alright, I think we just fire everything here. The only thing I think maybe we wouldn't fire is our third skill, but I think we'll use it here. Besides, I can use my NP and get my cooldowns going. Oh, hold on. Ahem. We're trying to counter the Ooga Booga there. So as much as I like her gameplay, if she did not have her stage 1, I would not use her. Like, even though her gameplay's super interesting, there's just no fucking way I would use her if she didn't at least have her stage 1. Her stage 1's not like the best thing I've ever seen, but like it's fair. Wow, okay, who needs to crit when you do that kind of damage? And now we actually would do more damage because of the defense downs. Unfortunately, he's got the damage resist, so we'll see how this goes. So I just remove his heals here, I think. She's still doing pretty good damage, even with that damage resist. Jesus Christ, dude. This is so unfair. He casts exactly 3 per turn, and you remove 3 per turn. That is not right. And look at all these defense downs. Dude, he's actually helping her in a way because he's allowing her to do defense down so much. Now you can't stop all of his healing because of the unremovable one there, which is still a lot if you don't have the quick attack in there. My God, and we're not even using the heal command code, and we're doing this much, like self-healing. Now, if I was 10-10-10, we'd be like already using the other skills, but we're not 10-10-10, so we don't have our damage cut. Dude, she is like made for this because it's just endless defense down. Spartacus, stop casting it. You're hurting yourself. So she gets her skill back. We still have our gut skill from the CE, and then we all have Atlas still. And now he doesn't have damage resist. And who needs our NP when you just see red press red? What in the, like, Jesus, this is so easy. Wow, if we were like level 100 or anything like that, we would have just one-turned that. What a, Jesus Christ. She just counters this stage. Like, so a lot of times she has to think about, like, you know, balancing out, building NP, you know, and using her NP again for the cooldown reduction and shit like that. You know, there's a degree of, like, thinking. There's no thinking here. There's absolutely just use the skills and click the red cards. Even if you don't know what her skills do, I could literally like instruct someone. I'm serious. I could instruct someone. My mother does not play video games, and she certainly does not play at FGO. I'm convinced if I'd have to do the trash part for her, but I could get her to beat this stage. You know, you just tell her, okay, those 3 skills, click all of them, and then you click the Mystic Code, right? That's the part she might mess up. The Mystic Code. But this is just always click the red cards. Because even if you were clicking the red cards in the wrong order, it wouldn't really matter, right? Like, you know, you can optimize crit chance and the command codes in the back and stuff, but you don't need to do, like, she'll do this anyway. The only hard part would be the Mystic Code. That was very silly, and I can because we have so much survivability left, I can definitely see her being able to do that with the Yang CE. And at the end there, we get our NP back, and then we start working towards getting our skills again after Atlas wore off. So, yeah, I can definitely see her doing that. Now, with the Yang CE, you might need to not see red press red all the time, though. Like, when you're waiting on the damage resist, maybe you go for your NP again, and stuff like that, and maybe you even don't use Atlas right away, because you might be able to link your skills without Atlas on the first go round, and then link them again after the damage resist is gone by using Atlas, and you might that would be kind of fun gameplay actually. So that's an example of when you're not using the damage CE can make the game a lot more interesting. When she's summoned, she's like, oh shit, is the real Gwen here? It's like, oh damn it. Okay, well, we haven't even done these 2 yet, and we have plenty of ones to mess around with. Let's fight Gil. Who do we want to fight Gil with? So, pretty damn easy with Lancers, very hard with not Lancers. Definitely not Ku, because this was, I'm telling you, this was easy with Ku before Ku had any buffs. It was only ever hard with Ku when Gilgamesh was bugged. Now, I don't know, maybe this version is bugged, but I doubt it. You know, he was only bugged for, he was only ever bugged once, and only for like a little while because they patched it really quick, and only on JP. He was never bugged on NA. I don't think he was never bugged on the original JP event. He was only bugged on the rerun, and only for like a half a day or something, and then he fixed it. Let's see. It would not shock me if Super Orion could do this. Hey man, if you're a newbie account, you use whatever you don't worry about that shit. You know, you summon Ku for archers, you summon, you know, Canis, whatever. You summon Fujino for the sabers. You know, you could get those summon tickets, right? None of that nonsense. Medea will get destroyed. Now Gareth is actually kind of interesting because she is the weakest Lancer for the most part, for being a DPS Lancer. You know, Benkei's worse, but he's not a DPS Lancer. So if there was a Lancer that would struggle here, it would be Gareth. We could try it though. Does anybody have a Gareth worth a damn? Because mine's just level 65, and I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, I don't think Benkei's going to beat this. Yeah, I know, if you remove Gil's buffs, he just instantly A's you, and the next turn he just casts them again. So it's like, well, that didn't help you very much. I guess in a very specific circumstance, though, if you were like going to be able to survive his NP anyway, because you had like Castoria's shield up or something, and you just wanted to get rid of the buffs for a turn. I don't know why you'd want to get rid of the buffs for a turn, though, if you have like team-wide invulnerability or something. So I can't really think of any reason why you would do it. Like, I literally, I just cannot think of any reason why you would do it. Because if you're like, oh yeah, I don't care about an AoE NP right now, then you wouldn't care about his attack buffs either, so... Maybe in some crazy specific scenario where, like, you've got David's, like, you know, one hit evade instead of a full... Or I don't know, even then I don't really think so. You might be able to make Leo work here. If you prep them against the trash mobs, you had like 100 Leo with the right command codes and the right CE, you might be able to make that work. The problem is the attack buffs keep ramping and they'll go beyond your defense buffs. So I think that would be the problem. Because if he has got like 200% attack up, he'll still do damage to you. My Gareth is up. All right, let's see what you got here. It's pretty big. Can we get some command codes though? I figure that's fair, so I'll give you a second here. Now that's true. You could use Gil's Aya to cycle. Literally, you could use it as Chin Gong. You use all your supports to get all the disgusting buffs, and then if you had a DPS that could remove buffs or Ivan or whatever, and then you let them Aya and you cycle in new supports in the back, right? You could do that. But if you got a team that strong, you could just kill them, right? You don't need to do that. Oh yeah, Gareth did get buffed. They buffed her first skill. I think it's like Star Bomb or Crit Up or something. I forgot. I have to look. I can't believe I forgot. I'm not sure I've ever forgotten the buff of a low star before. I sometimes like forget what their skills do and or when they got the buff, right? Shit like that. But generally I know what all the low stars do. Okay, at least I was right. Yeah, it is crit buff and stars. I thought that's what it was, but I absolutely was not sure. Did I miss a sub? I don't see a sub. Oh, I think my notification didn't play. What the hell? I don't know what's wrong. Lonely Boy, thank you for the resub. Moriarty is a cool guy. He is. It played? Okay, well, I'm just deaf then. You talked over it. And thank you, Silon Ron something? I don't think that's quite right, but thank you for the Twitch Prime. Bad streamer. I mean, you're watching it, so, you know, what are you gonna do? Alright, we got some command codes. There's, oh my god, I don't even, I'm cheating. I'm watching my video, and I'm gonna look at the trash. You know, you just want to get the trash out of the fucking way. Thank god the newer ones, it's not a thing. Okay, let's see here. I'm so glad the video I have for Ku is the bugged version of the fight, because it's just so much harder. Because I remember when they fixed it, they actually patched it like an hour after I recorded the video. I remember I recorded the video and then they patched it, and I was like, whoo! Glad I got that. But anyway, because I remember doing it right after they patched it, and in the just in other times I've done it. It's so much easier. Like when you're actually doing NP damage, it's so much fucking easier. Okay, so the trash is archers. So now y'all just trying to distract me. Thank you for the resub though, it's a trap. Hold on a second, 5 months too, okay. Hold on, I'm phoning this in right now because I'm trying to check the trash. So it's archers, and then more archers. Second wave, they actually have a lot of health. So pretty much the same thing that I did for... No, a Rosh won't... I guess I use a Rosh for the first wave. Okay, that's... I got it. And then we'll use a slightly leveled George. I'm so glad I have a level 45 George now. It is really practical. I recommend. Why am I looking down here? Oh, it won't even though that's so stupid. I'm literally clicking George to replace George, and it's not showing George because you're not allowed to have two of the same character. But, like, I'm removing him from the team to put in the new unit, right? And it shows the George that you have... No, wait, that was the 45 George. So I couldn't see it because he was already on the team. And that makes sense because probably the last thing I did with this preset would be Hercules. That's the one. Now I gotta do the CEs again. Okay. I'm assuming Atlas for her, unless it's just impossible for her to loop her skills, and then you do default. be alright. Oh yeah, definitely have a level 1 Shin on hand. That's definitely a thing. Hold on 1 second, I need to get water. If I miss a sub now, it's fair. Okay. I am back. So, I think Gareth has a pretty good shot at this, because non-bugged Gil is beatable by most Lancers out there, so I feel like she's got this. How come her shield? Why is her shield why doesn't it change color to match her different armor? Yikes. This is a fashion disaster. Why did I do that? The reason I did that is because I'm so used to doing Hercules with this kind of setup, and that's what you would do if it was Hercules. Nope, there's no way to fight the bugged guild, which sucks because it's just way better. It sucks too because they got the old Nerofest one and all that. I wish they would have put that in as an optional one. Like, why not? Man, we had a good opening hand on the previous one and now we don't. Hey, Poi, that is a lot of nickels. I know, everything about the bugged version is better. It's like lore, it's more lore fitting and everything. Okay. Can I get some NP gain for fuck's sakes? This doesn't bode well. This is why they made command spells. I'm just, I needed more NP gain anyway. It's fine. Oh yeah, you're right, he does drain NP at the start. So that shit don't matter. It's one of those fights. That was like a nervous laugh from Arash because he knows he's about to die. Feels bad, man. Fable 1 is good. Fable 2, and then Fable 3. The only good thing about Fable 3 is like some of the skits that happen during some of the side quests and whatnot are funny. Right? It does have some humor, but it's not a particularly good video game. And hey, IC, thank you for the 100 bits, damn. Alright, I have faith that these guys can actually figure out how to click the attack button. Imagine failing at F go trash and people throwing money at you. Is this why like the world economy is all fucked up right now? It's because of streamers? Yes, clearly. So does Gareth dye her hair, or is it just like that for some reason? I actually really don't need a level George. Now that I look at this, it's fine if I just use my baby George. Look at you all calling her a dog, man. Tisk tisk. Oh my god. Yep, level George not really working out. Well, memes aside, I'm pretty sure it's literally just her natural hair. Like, they're not ears, it's not attachments, it's just, it's anime. Guys, people in real life aren't actually born with, like, bright blue hair. That's not a thing. But in anime, most of the time, they don't dye it blue. Their hair is just blue, right? It's same thing with her. Her hair is just like that, even though humans don't have hair like that. It's just anime. Lies. Now, there are some anime where they actually have characters that have colored hair is because they dyed it. But that is pretty rare. It's only now and then. I guess I make stars. I don't really want to use the heal command code, though. Crits versus wasting the command code. I'm gonna have to wait at least one turn for him to hit me anyway. So I guess I use it. I don't mean it's like a parody though, right? Like the big eye thing, that's mostly like a joke. But like there's some shows that are like trying to be more realistic. And then, so a lot of the characters don't even have, you know, anime colored hair. Only a few will, and it's because they dyed their hair. It's like a thing. It's like kind of how people, you know, it's the same thing like how it would be in real life if someone had colored hair, right? Because that happens. Yeah, so whatever the bug was, from what I understand, it was basically like the debuff wasn't interacting properly with the damage CE. Because like right now, if you don't use the damage CE, if I remember correctly, your NP won't do any damage. And it'll do like 5, right? You know, it'll do like pretty much nothing. And what happened was, when it was bugged, is it would operate that way even if you have the damage CE. And it's got to do with the way like event bonuses are calculated and stuff. The event bonus was supposed to pretty much get around the NP down, and you were supposed to like do that NP damage, essentially. But and it was bugged. It was like, nope, you do no damage no matter what. Okay, what is the play here? So I have Atlas. I think her cooldowns are 666 or something. Let me look. Actually, her first one's 5, I think. No, it's 7. I was like, her guts is terrible, so they probably at least made it a 5-turn cooldown. No, they did not do that. Her others, okay, she can count. Her skills are 7, 6, 5, right? It's the Doomsday timer. So if she had more skills, we'd be screwed. Her guts only last 3 turns. Obviously, it'll no effect because of our thing. I think I cast it. Will it come back though? I mean, 7 turns. Why did she have 7 turns? Even with the new effect on it, like that's a long ass cooldown. I can't say I like that too much. I might wait 1 turn so I can get the counterattack stuff. So I think I am gonna do this because it makes more sense to crit when you've got your attack buffs. However, we actually have a nice star spread right now. And the sooner you use your skill, the sooner it comes back. Huh, yeah, I think I cast everything. It's a shame that I'm throwing my attack buffs away, but That's kind of nice. Punch him real good. Wait, can she remove one of his attack buffs? Or could anyone remove his attack buffs if he brought the command codes to do so? And would it only remove one? And would that still trigger Aya? Because when he was released back in the day, I don't think you could remove one buff at a time. The only buff removal abilities out there would remove all buffs. And I actually kind of suspect that this right here is the one that if it's removed, makes him do Aya, but I don't know. Removing one wouldn't trigger Aya. Interesting. That's actually really interesting. That means you could really make this fight a lot easier in a solo now. You would just put, like, that's actually kind of a joke, because you would put the command code on that removes an attack buff, and every time he gains an attack buff, you would remove it. That's the biggest thing about this fight, is the longer it goes, it gets to the point where Gil is just doing way too much damage. He'll one-shot you with a normal card, even if you're a Lancer. But if you're just always removing his attack buffs, it's not a problem. Because, yeah, when I was looking at the way his buffs were, like, and this one's not even protected, I was like, yeah, this is probably the one that if it gets removed, makes him Aya. So, yeah, you can make this kind of a joke with command codes now. Let's see, 95%, that's unfortunate. I'll do this. That's super unfortunate, because if I'd got my NP, I could use all my attack buffs on the NP. And that's literally the idea with her. Although not so much in this fight because of the NP down thing. Woo boy! I wonder how big each attack buff is. Oh yeah, when they made this challenge quest, they probably weren't even planning on adding things that would remove only one buff at a time, let alone, you know, the attack buff command code. But see, our MP is still less effective, but when he was bugged, it would do like 20 damage, right? And that's enough of a hit that it's a problem. Okay, so I'm not going to get my guts back in time by literally one turn. That is unfortunate. So, kind of sad, because Liz can solo this for God's sakes. Although, she can probably still solo it, and definitely with different command codes. But, let me see here. Let's test that, though. One, because I think she might need the help. But give one of her cards the attack removal command code, and let's see what happens. Because I want to see. And we could even put on the art card one that removes one as well, because then we could optionally remove two if we need to. Look how close she is to winning too. If I could cast this, we would win right now. Because, never mind the guts part of it, like, we get the crits. How am I supposed to believe in the puppy? Like, we're fucking, like, I don't think we're gonna do 400. The only way we win is if both these Buster cards crit. That is, that's like the only way. I guess we have the defense down, so we'll have double defense down. He guarded it. We're so close. Look at that. What she'll only need the one attack removal command code. But, you know, no offense to Gareth, but in straight value, in a straight value check, she's one of the worst Lancers in the entire game. Now, she's not bad. She's, you know, that's a good thing about the Lancer class, is even on the back end, for a budget unit, she does quite well. But, you know, if you compare her pound to pound to, you know, Ku, Dyrmid, so on and so forth, she pretty much will always be behind them. She might beat Baldy sometimes. I can't believe I'm saying that, but she really will beat Baldy sometimes. But other than that, yeah, she normally comes up pretty far in the back. But she can beat this, I would say. Okay, we have it just on the art card. I guess we might. I think we want it on a Buster though, because there's a lot of turns I don't want to cast an art card. So I think we switch out. I would switch out the crit damage Ushi one with the regular one, right? Because I know that one only can be on an art card, but there's that other one that it's like a 3-star one or whatever that can be on any card, but it only removes an attack buff. Unless you don't have it, in which case that's going to get kind of awkward because we're going to have to use an art card every turn, and that'll be a bit of an issue. If Gil cast more buffs though, then you would want that one because then you could remove 2 per turn. Do you mean Lost Belt 3 Lancer? Like who are we talking about here? Yeah, it's like a... No, it's not the Sakura Flower. The Sakura Flower removes... No, wait, no, you're right. It is that one. The black one's like the pink, like, run. That one removes a defense buff. And I was thinking of that one because that one is ultimately more practical. You, way more times than not, when you're fighting a boss, you'll want to remove a defense buff. But yeah, no, it's like it's like a flower thing. Yeah, I remember the only time I've really used that was against, like, Babbage, the Babbage fight in 5.5. Otherwise, it's really normally not too useful. Oh, Lancer Kyo? I kind of forgot about her. I honestly though, I'm not sure, but I feel like it depends on the fight, depends on the context, you know, if it's a solo, what kind of solo it is, if it's a team, what kind of team it is. But even though Kiyohime is a pretty terrible Lancer, she is a 4-star. So she does have quite a bit higher stats than Gareth. I don't know though, I'm looking at Kyo Lancer's kit and it sucks. Like, I mean, yeah, she has damage up, you know, she's got Buster up, defense down. But she doesn't have an upgraded NP, her overcharge doesn't do anything, and no survival, and if she had an upgraded NP, that would really help. Because a lot of her damage up from her skills is just going into the fact that she doesn't have an upgraded NP. So, she's pretty bad. I'd say Kiyohime Lancer is not good. I don't have that command code. Oh, well, I guess we're, it's not an actual Sakura command code. I'll link it just to see in case you do have it, but I'm guessing you don't. So I know exactly what it looks like. Wait, I can just... What am I... I was gonna link it. I can literally just do this. What is wrong with me? Of course I clicked a unit that doesn't have his cards unlocked. This one. This is the one that does it. It removes an attack buff. Because yeah, it's not technically a Sakura command code or whatever, but it seems kind of inspired by it. Don't have it, feels bad. I figure though, that's gonna be the case for a lot of people. It's one of the older ones. Well, we're gonna have to try to figure out how to use our art card. That does add a degree of nuance to this. Like, we'll lose value because we won't be doing the combos we want to do in order to lower Gil's damage, so that's kind of fair. I might switch to default Mystic Code and just try to win really fast. If this doesn't work, I'll probably do that. The fan doesn't remove offensive buffs, it removes like bonus damage buffs. So I think it removes flat damage. It doesn't remove attack ups. It removes things that like Arthur's anti-giant, it would remove that and stuff like that. Like Sanson's anti-human, it would remove that. Cause you know, why do I keep fucking casting taunt? It's cause that's what you always do. I think the Avenger Ushi Challenge quest, which was part of that event, I'm pretty sure she cast a skill that you could remove with it, and if you didn't, and I can't remember if it was your anti-Genji skill or what. I don't remember what it was, but there was something in that fight you could remove, and if you didn't, and if your unit were applicable to it, they would get absolutely wrecked. So it was kind of useful. There were other ways to deal with it though, just like, you know, defending and whatnot. I think the arch one doesn't work here either. Why wouldn't it work here though? Because that one removes attack and defense. Obviously he doesn't have a defense buff, but I don't think it needs to remove a defense buff. Oh, I might want to hit this guy just in case. Did you put it on an art card? Because it only works on an art card. I might have to test it with one of my units then, because I have the command code. If it doesn't work though, there is no way it's because they did not go into the code to change it. They didn't really change any of this shit. It's probably just because it's so old that it just wasn't coded in a way to even be like removed that way. Oh, I need to get rid of the level George. There's no need for it here. Like, Gareth has no problem killing these super quick. You might want some extra time because you have no starting NP, but NP doesn't matter here, so it's like, who cares? Watch her crit with this Buster card, and then George makes her target switch, and then she crits again. Thankfully that didn't happen, but she would have killed them both like that. Only he crit. The thing is, Imperial Privilege is a skill that's like a unit, like that's something they would change universally, right? Because Imperial Privilege is in the game. Lots of things have used Imperial Privilege. How do I explain this? When they added command codes, they knew they were going to have to interact with regular casted skills, because that's something you deal with constantly in this game. Whenever they added command codes, it wouldn't have surprised me if they actually had to change something in the attack up of skills, so it would be removed by the command code. And then whatever they did, they applied it across the board, but that wouldn't apply to like gimmicks in a stage like this, because he's not casting Imperial Privilege, he's not casting a skill that's even in the game. You know, it's a preset gimmick, and so it might just be it's not coded right, and so it just doesn't work that way. But we'll see. I'll try it here, and then I'll try the other command code. There's no way they went into the game and were like, oh yeah, we're not gonna let command codes, because all the other gimmicks and stuff, the command codes from this event wreck, they still wreck, right? They didn't touch these challenge quests. They just let you do whatever. So if it doesn't work, it's just because, you know, they didn't even think about it, and there's something weird with the way the fight works. I mean, there's been plenty of attack buffs, though, and other challenge quests that last a long time that you could remove. Like, duration doesn't really have anything to do with it. But I'll have to try the other one, that is just straight attack removal one, and see what happens. All that NP. Well, I guess we don't cast our first skill, because we saw how that worked. Although if I'm removing his attack buffs, I would live longer, and it would be okay. But I'm gonna count on that not happening. Shame I don't have my crit buff, though. That triple crit. Like having the crit buff would have been good there. Now see, that attack buff is charisma. So that one we probably will remove. Unless there's just something really weird in this fight. Wow, we didn't even remove his... Wait, what? Oh, it's on the art card. No, we got it. For some reason, I thought it was on the first card. Well, we're probably going to live long enough that I may... Wow, now he has even more of it. Gil, yeah, because some of these are regular, I guess. See, this one is... Oh, that's what's happening. It's because he's got 2 of this one because I never removed that one because I never got to it. Gil's big braining me here. So yeah, having both to remove it would be better. Because then you could just, you know, deal with... This sucks. I want to be able to test it. Because he keeps casting fucking charisma. This bastard. Yeah, I'll just slap some command codes on like one of my lancers and we'll see like what happens. I'll give them both. That way we can see. Technically, he could triple charisma. That'd be annoying. Gil, why are you like this? Yeah, I'll check the cooldowns to see if she removes the gimmick one. Yep, she removed the gimmick one. No, wait, no, she didn't. No, because then the charisma's gone. Because they're all long cooldowns. So she hasn't removed a gimmick one yet. So this turn we can check though, because he doesn't have regular charisma here. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking Atlas is not right here though. This is not feeling like it's giving me a lot of value. Nope, didn't remove it. That is so weird. But yeah, I think it's what I said earlier, where this attack buff just doesn't count as an attack buff in the same way that every other attack buff, like from skills and such, do. And when they make new gimmicks moving forward that are similar to this gimmick, of course they're going to remember to make sure, you know, it counts. But this is so old that they probably never, you know, set it up that way. So I think her best bet is going to go full damage or full star bomb, you know, with command codes, and then bring default, because you're not casting guts twice most likely, and just try to kill him before time's up. I think that'll work, actually. I think it'll work just fine. Because we don't need invulnerability instead of evade, and there's no debuffs to remove. And because look how close she's getting. I think that'll work just fine. Yeah, I want to beat it with her, then we'll check with the Lancer and see what's up with the buff. Alright, let's give her one more go here. We'll switch our Mystic Code. We'll use pure like offense command codes, and I think she'll have it. Because she's super close. At least we're dying to Aya. See, that'd be a compliment if Gil thought Kareth was worthy of Aya, which he probably wouldn't, but you know, what are you gonna do? Not gonna lie, Gareth is a perfectly good servant lore-wise, all the Knights of the Round are. But if you look at her character mats and stuff, I don't know if does she even... I know she got a bio, and their bio describes what her skills do in lore, but those are normally briefer than a character material book. So I don't remember her having a character material book. And if she has, I don't think I've read it. But off of what I know, what her kit does lore-wise, she would get absolutely obliterated by Gil. She has no way of dealing with just gate spam. But that's most servants, so it's not really a black mark. But my point is, there's no world where Gil would use Aya. It's not going to happen. All right, let's see what the dodge she goes with here. Yeah, she's definitely one of the weaker Knights of the Round, but even the weaker Knights of the Round are above average servants, easily. The thing is, Gil has way more utility than she does. That's the whole problem with Gil. Gil literally has more utility than any Fate servant ever, because he has every fucking Noble Phantasm in like human history. It's ridiculous. Like he's got fucking anti-venom nonsense. He's got a mirror that reflects magic. He's got an augment that allows him to stop multi-dimensional refraction for some reason. He has a teleporting sword. He has multiple homing Noble Phantasms. He has an automated defense Noble Phantasm. He's got, you know, the fucking sword in the tree nonsense. It's like There's literally no end to his utility, and then also he can just fire a bunch of weapons that explode. So you know, good luck with that too. I don't know why Nasu did that, by the way, because the only reason we know that Gilgamesh has a defensive augment that stops multi-dimensional refraction was somebody asked. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think they asked Gil. They'd asked something about Gil, and they were using like Kojo as an example or something, and I can't remember exactly what it was. But he was basically saying Gilgamesh would never. Because Gilgamesh is really perceptive of what like people are about and what they can do, he's aware that Kojiro is super amazing at swordsmanship, and he would never even try to fight him at melee. And Nasu just brought up that he's got a defensive augment that stops multi-dimensional refraction. I'm like, why did you do that, right? Because it's not like Nasu needed to have that ability known on Gil, right? Because that never happens in the story. Gil does kill Kojiro off screen in Unlimited Blade Works, at least most likely. They don't ever say, but it's heavily implied that he does. And so maybe that's probably why. Nasu probably just thought up what happened there or some shit, and that's why Nasu came up with it in his head, and then he just had to blurt that shit out. Because it's like, we've never seen that in a story or an anime. So why? The one thing Kojiro has, why did you have like, oh yeah, Gil's got like a trinket or some shit that just makes it not work. Like why did you do that, right? Kojiro's already so screwed over, you know, did we really need to take this further, right? Like, Jesus. And it's never been applicable in the story. Nasu said that like, you know, 10 years ago or some crap, and he's never used it in the story, so he could have just not said that. I mean, it's obvious that a lot of times Nasu thinks of like, you know, powers and nonsense they just doesn't show us, and then, you know, looks for opportunities to show them off later. But, you know, they do ass pulls as well, right? They do both. Like, one of the Noble Phantasms that I suspect that they had already decided what it did, but they didn't tell us, is that, that other EX rank one Gil has, the future-seeing bullshit timeline merging nonsense, because they didn't say what it did for ages, and they didn't even hint at it. But they did say that he had it, and they said that a long time ago, though, and there's like a mini game or something, I don't remember, at some point you can play Kid Gil cards and Fate Hollow, and he uses it to see what is in his opponent's hand, right? And so that's all you knew about it. They didn't explain why it lets him see what's in his opponent's hand, any of that, but he had a Noble Phantasm, and it was that one, and then way later, they said what it did, and they detailed it and gave it a rank and everything else. So I don't think that was an as pull. I think they probably had already decided that it did that. And the reason I think that is not only way back in Fate Hollow did he do something that's completely in line with what they said it could do later, but there was just weird shit with Gil that was never explained that Noble Phantasm explains. Like in Fate Hollow, all the other servants don't remember anything for each loop until way later. Like Medea figures it out the earliest because she's Medea and she has like Magecraft hacks. But most of the servants don't. You know, they don't have any memory of Fate Stay Night, and they don't remember each loop until way later. Where Gil not only remembers each loop immediately, he remembers everything that happened in Fate Stay Night, all the routes. Like he just remembers it from the get-go, and they never explain that. They're just like lol Gil, right? But then, you know, he had the whole hand peeking nonsense, and then way later they were like, oh yeah, he can see the future and he can look into other timelines and blah 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 blah. So I suspect that they had always just figured he could do that, and they just didn't tell us for a long ass time. And hi, Beastly. Now, what they did have to do, though, I remember, is when they described that he could do that, they had to justify why Gil. So. This, I just think this was just, they didn't plan this. This, I absolutely think is an ass pull. Maybe not, but, because this just sounds like them using Gil's personality as a convenient crutch to explain stuff that doesn't make any sense. And I think it's just way too, like, ridiculous. People have asked Nasu, like, well, wait, why didn't Gil use that Noble Phantasm to like realize that he needed to take, you know, Shiro more seriously, or about the shadow, because the shadow is actually different in the visual novel, like with the Gil scene, it's pretty different. Like, why didn't he see it coming around the corner, you know, coming, right? And Nas was like, because if something crazy like that happens, he just thinks it's not real, because that couldn't possibly happen to him. Something that doesn't make any sense. It literally makes no sense, right? It's just obvious that they didn't plan that, right? It's like they didn't think that one through. Like, that shit makes no sense. What I would have just said was he just didn't bother to use it, and that I can buy, because, you know, because they even said that, like, you know, he doesn't want the memories of other Gilgameshes most of the time because he doesn't need it, and it's like, why be bothered with all that, you know, excess information? I forgot to change George again. Shit. Don't need the leveled one. Nasu has said, though, there's a bunch of other timelines where, you know, Gil murders everyone. Like, on the Blade Works is like, you know, 1 in 1,000 and shit like that. But it's mighty convenient that all the ones we see work out that way. Because you could say, yeah, he normally isn't that stupid. These are the timelines that he was just extra thick, if you will. But that's just, you know, that's just plot armor. Like, let's be real here. Fucking Odysseus, dude. What the... I just like how they advertised it and put it in the trailer and the stream, and they were showing the one design that we don't actually have. I just, why? Like, why do it that way? Well, something Nasu did pretty early on, Fate CCC, that was written really early on in the whole Fate, you know, debacle, and obviously Nasu thought of it and planned it out long before it actually happened, because, you know, development of video games takes forever. Even a shitty video game like that. I mean, the gameplay, by the way, it's kind of a catastrophe. Also, nice character models, by the way. Really good shit there. Anywho, that was one of the earlier stories, really, for Fate. Fate Extra and CCC were some of the earlier Fate content, really. And Nasu went out of his way to use that to show Gil not being a moron. And also just show, because he had said this, but I guess he just really wanted an opportunity to you know, really show it, that Gil normally isn't like what he's like in the Fate route, right? That's not how, or sorry, any of the Fate Stay Night routes. That's not generally how he is. And so he kind of just wanted to show, you know, that aspect of the character. Then because he's a protagonist, it's okay if he does, you know, bullshit, right? You know, like moon cell nonsense not working and all that shenanigans, right? You can do that when you're not the antagonist that has to lose, right? And although Babylonia really doesn't show off Gil's stuff at all because he's weaker in Babylonia. So I wouldn't really say recent Fate stuff has really showed off Gil being stronger that much. It's mainly Fate Zero, and they even said in like the material book that they used Fate Zero because this is like almost Nasu's exact words. He said because Fate Zero wasn't a Love Conquers All story like Fate Stay Night, it's like it's okay for Gilgamesh to win, right? Essentially. And so if like Fate Zero was like an opportunity for them to, you know, show him off being more serious, that's why he's got like the mana and the swords and, you know, and actually using a stronger version of Aya and that kind of stuff. So it's mostly Fate Zero and CCC. Like, there hasn't actually, Gil's not really used that much outside of that, really. And then, in like F-Go, he's normally used as comic relief, which is kind of ridiculous, but it is what it is. And it's because they don't want to use the Fate Stay Night cast like at all, right? They don't really ever use the Fate Stay Night cast in the main story. And when they do, it's Caster Coup. It's not Lancer Coup. It's Caster Coup, right? And like with Gilgamesh, it's Caster Gilgamesh, although he acts pretty much exactly the same. But and you know he does the Archer one is in there for like 5 seconds at the end, but that's almost a cameo, really. So they don't like, hey, look at Sartoria, right? They don't do that because you fucking freaking Castor Artoria doesn't share her father's not even Uther. She's a fucking fairy. She's not technically sisters with Morgan, right? She's really different, right? They always do an alternate version. When it comes to, like, God, that emote is very accurate to what's going on with Artoria, Rex, actually. It's actually so convoluted, it makes so little sense. I'll get into Artoria in a second here, because you think Gil's, writing history is a mess. Artoria is a real shit show. But yeah, they don't really ever use the classical versions of Fate Stay Night characters in the main story. They use them in, like, Gudda Gudda, and then, like, joke events. So, and in joke events, you'll have Ibaraki beat Edmund, for God's sakes, or whatever, right? Shit doesn't matter, right? So they really haven't shown off Gil too seriously in recent works. We'll see, though. So Artoria, the big thing that has murdered them with Artoria is that they said it just so, it's so straight and there's no workaround. They just straight up said Artoria in Fate Stay Night, like not in even Fate Hollow, none of that, just Fate Stay Night, they just straight up said Artoria cannot be summoned as anything but Saber. They were even like, most Knights of the Round can qualify as multiple classes, and generally Sabers can also be riders, but Artoria can't do any of that. And she can only be a Saber, and it's because of, like, her unique circumstances with the world and everything. And so because of that, they're like, but Artoria's popular, and we need to make that money. So what it is insane. If you look into why we have other versions of Artoria, it's not like, oh, it's Artoria's a different class. None of them are that. None of them are that. They're all insanely contrived workaround nonsense. Like fucking Lancer Artoria is not actually Artoria. It's not the Artoria from Fate Stay Night anyway, right? She's someone named Artoria, but she's from a completely different world. It's not a different timeline. It's not like, Fate Epoch to Fate Stay Night. It's a completely different world with different rules. It's just its own thing. It's not an alternate version of our Artoria technically. It's just a different Artoria. Like how Arthur is a different, thing, right? That's the thing going on with Lancer Artoria. And then Archer Artoria is Saber Artoria. It's just her Saint Graph has been temporarily altered by Scath for summer, and she's like that temporarily, and then she goes back to being regular Artoria, right? So it's not like a normal thing. And then Castor Artoria, from what it looks like, we don't actually know because the story's not finished, but it looks like Castor Artoria is like Lancer Artoria, where the Lost Belt that we see isn't really a Lost Belt, it's another alternate world, like where Lancer Artoria came from was an alternate world that has its own rules. Like, and that's the thing, it's not like simple stuff, it's really different. It's like Lancer Artoria's world, which we never saw, but they implied that Lancer Artoria's world is pretty different, right? It has its own, like, history and like rules, where the Lost Belt 6, they've said, has its like different rules and everything, and it's really weird, right? Like, people aren't even born like they're born in like the regular world. They're kind of like spawned out of nowhere, and Uther is not the father of Artoria and Morgan. It's just things are really different in like the way like the whole world operates, and like Castor Artoria is kind of just like poofed into existence because like the world needs her role, because Morgan was supposed to do X role but she didn't do it. And so now Artoria is like born. That's like how that world works, is people are born to fit a role, and if the person that was supposed to do that role fails or dies or portrays it, then a new thing that's very similar to them will be made to like do it. That's why Castor Artoria and Morgan are like super similar and look almost the same, and have similar NPs and all that nonsense, is because they're like mirrored in that way. And you might say this sounds really weird and nonsensical, and yeah, it is. I feel like Nasu didn't want to, like, he just wanted to write a different story, and he had to tie it into Fate, and that's why Lost Belt 6 happened. Because it has nothing to do with Fate, right? At all. Like, literally nothing in Lost Belt 6 is really Fate. It's a fantasy world with complete... He wanted a new world with the new systems, and, because I think he likes doing that. I think he likes making... Like JRPGs, like making convoluted, like, the world is held up by a tree that's connected to the thingy and blah, 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 blah. JRPGs. I don't explain. You know exactly what I'm talking about with JRPGs. I think Nasu likes doing that kind of stuff, right? And I think a lot of writers do. I don't know why, but because it's fucking weird, but the reason it's so prevalent in JRPGs is because clearly they like doing that. And I think Nasu just wanted to do that, but he had to tie it into Fate somehow. So he's just because Cannister Artoria is not Artoria. Like her character, she's just not Artoria. She's just a completely different character, right? And really, so is Morgan. Like she's not really the Fate Morgan at all, and even pretty much say that in her bio. And so yeah, I think Lost Belt 6 is Natsu just wanting to do something completely different, and then just tying it into Fate in a really surface, you know, arbitrary way, like in a skin deep kind of way. And you know, it is what it is. But yeah, that's so far, and who knows, you know, maybe as Lost Belt 6 moves on, it'll be like a crossover between this, you know, nonsense made-up world and established Fate stuff later. But you know, right now it's pretty much just OC stuff. Why are we talking about fan service? What? Dude, so Dark Souls is, you know, history and lore and story and characters are really interesting, but oh my god, when you look into like the rules of the world and like when that kind of stuff, it is a pretty convoluted mess of like, what the hell? Oh, I'm sure there'll be a manga for Lost Belt 6. That seems pretty likely. Okay. I didn't change. Fucking Christ, dude. I didn't, literally any of the stuff I was supposed to do, I didn't do any of it. I didn't change the Mystic Code, I didn't change George, like nothing. We're just doing the same thing that we, yeah, I think that setup actually can work. It's just, you'd have to crit a lot. You know, the luck would be pretty high. Too much talking, not enough playing. I'm gonna have to take a break in a second though, just because of allergy nonsense, but it shouldn't take too long. Or we'll do this run. Well, no, most, you know, Vadi Vidya does talk about sometimes like how the world works and like the history of it and all that, but he mostly focuses on the characters and, you know, and like, you know, what magic is and that kind of stuff's all reasonable. Dark Souls is pretty reasonable when it comes to, you know, the character motivations and the boss motivations and the boss's history and like the history of the nations. All that stuff is fine. You know, yeah, it can be kind of hard to just sort through all the hidden item descriptions and spell descriptions and bullshit to figure out what the hell is going on, right? But most of it's actually pretty clear cut when you actually, if you actually get all the item descriptions and spell descriptions and just look at it, right, and put it in order, you know, a lot of the storytelling is actually pretty clear cut, right? It's the world stuff, like, you know, why, you know, like what's the deal with the undead curse and like why the, like, what's the first sin and why the Age of Dark never actually happened. That stuff is a convoluted mess, right? All that bullshit, that is a nightmare, right? So yeah, that I don't know what the hell's going on, but most of the Dark Souls stuff is pretty straightforward, I would say, actually. What's not straightforward is how you find it, right? The game doesn't give you exposition dialogue. You don't have some, you know, big titty waifu following you around just blurting out bullshit about every, you know, every other goddamn you know, scene, every boss you fight, right? You know, the game won't even tell you unless you look for it, right? You have to actually look for what's there. But what's there is actually pretty obvious sometimes, I would say. Yeah, that's pretty much the story of Dark Souls, is Gwaine scarred of humans and did stupid shit and ruined everything for everyone forever. That's pretty much Dark Souls. Well, this is a terrible opening hand. Well, first taunt hand, I guess. Probably gonna get hit by a mob, actually, because that hand was so bad. Oh, come on! I don't want to use command spells every time these fucking mobs forgot how to attack. God, I should bring Chin, because I think they'll one-shot Chin, so they'd have to triple buff to fuck this up. Jesus, man. What, the fireworks? Is that what you're talking about, Beastly? Yeah, that's what it's been like over here. Ridiculous. Imagine spending money on that. I mean, people can, you know, spend money on whatever entertainment they want. I just, I don't find fireworks particularly entertaining, and you're basically blowing up money, so it's kind of weird to me. Because like with video games or a book, you can read it multiple times, you can get many hours of entertainment out of it, you know, you might watch a movie twice, things like that, where a firework, you just set it off and in 2 seconds it's gone, and so is that money. Because a lot of, like, if you buy a model, the model is there forever, right? You know, you don't blow up the model, right? Well, I guess somebody, I'm sure there's Sid, you know, in Toy Story, there's someone like that in real life that builds models and blows them up. That's probably a thing, but, you know, that's some crazy shit. Can I get an actual, like, why do I get the same fucking hand here again? Damn it, game. The only thing I can think of with fireworks, and this doesn't even, I can think of better things still, but like if you're hanging out with friends and you're just talking and you need something to do on the side, you know, shoot some fireworks, I guess, but I can think of better options. I like how I said these I'm not particularly happy about this. The odds of this are pretty low. Can I just fight the boss? So I tell you, this is always so much worse when I'm streaming because I don't concentrate entirely on the game, and these trash mobs make it so much worse because there's so much bullshit like detail with how you have to deal with these trash mobs. And then if you're not concentrating, it just goes so fucking badly. And then when the mobs, you know, because here's the thing: if I was playing well and like if the mobs triple debuff, that's only one reset. Right? But we have another reset because I forgot to bring the Mystic Code and blah blah. It's just like, come on, dude. Like, so many times. That's why I hate these trash mobs, though. They just so unnecessarily make this significantly more annoying than it needs to be. I wish they had actually buffed someone with this event. Like Romulus. You know, his 3-star version, like, do something. Buffs don't take development time. It's just typing shit into, the game. It's just text. Not like developing a new art asset. At least I got fucking cards this time. Okay. Dude, every time I see Gareth in a regular armor, I just think of Ghosts and Goblins. Like, it's got the vibe, man. I mean, not really. I know code well enough. Most of the buffs in this game are not things that are going to break the game. Like, not at all. A lot of time. I have the perfect example. Now, this is a generalization. Some buffs are more complicated than others, but a lot of buffs are just copy-pasting things that are already in the game, and even more so than that, give me a second, but this will express what I'm talking about. A lot of them are not taking an effect that already exists. Some of them are absolutely not that. I have the absolute perfect video to articulate what I'm talking about here. Let me make sure I can actually pull up a YouTube video here. I'm gonna kill the music so we can hear the video. Alright, this video is called Sony Lead Graphic Designer Coming Up with the PlayStation 5 Logo. That's a lot of buffs in FGO. That is a lot of buffs in FGO. It's just, it's a bigger number now, right? There's no world where that breaks the game, right? That's absolutely not how that works. And again, most of the buffs in this game are either that, or copying an effect that is already in the game and already exists. Now, there are some buffs that, you know, add new effects or shit like that that you do have to be more careful with, but there's no world where fucking unit buffs in this game are an issue with breaking like the whole game. That's not a thing. You know, like again, same like MMOs. You know, the stuff that if an MMO like nerfs a class by like 10%, like their damage is lowered by 10% or whatever, or buffed by 10%, that stuff never breaks the game. It's when you add in, you know, wacky interactions like, oh, now this ability can taunt a thing and spawn a mob if you kill it, right? Like that's the shit that will normally really fuck up a game, or like, you know, interactions sometimes don't you know, work as they're supposed to and that kind of thing. But FGO buffs are so unbelievably simplistic that is not a thing at all. Now, you know, FGO has spaghetti code, so they claim it doesn't anymore, but I don't fucking believe them. And what they normally do when they have things that can break the game like that, is they add it into the game beforehand. Like we've seen FGO do that because sometimes things get data mined and people find the effects in the files in advance. So when they want to allow, you know, a guts to be stackable, you know, they kind of already figured that out in advance. So generally, almost never does a buff introduce a new effect into the game. You know, normally it's just taking, you know, it basically just tells the game use this thing that's already there. I'm sure there's some examples of exceptions to that, but not very often. All right. So the idea now is it's just gas. We have a pretty set amount of turns we can live. We're not going to try to get extra healing value or anything like that. He just Gil does too much damage. We're not going to worry about it. And in the time that we have, we're just going to try to kill him. Which, if she can do it, basically anyone can do it, other than maybe the worst AoE Lancers, maybe not, just because she is at least single target, but she's still a bronze, so like a gold AoE Lancer would still be able to do this for the most part. I'm sure if we tried really hard, we could probably find another Lancer that would do worse here and maybe couldn't win, but I think that'd be pretty rare. Okay, I want to save my attack buff for when we use our first skill. I'm probably only going to cast my skills once then, aside from this one. So I think I actually save our second skill. We got to make sure we're getting a really good turn out of it. Because most of our skills we're only using it one time, so we don't need to rush to use it so it comes back sooner. We need to try to use it when we can get the most out of it. Is Gareth a fangirl, by the way? Like, she literally names her attack something that it's not just because Lancelot, right? Now, this is not a bad... Yes, yeah, I kind of figured. Let's see. Might as well do this because it's the only turn that might actually buy me one. Is this a turn where I want to do... I want to do my second skill the turn before I do my first skill, because crits are more important than our NP because of the gimmick. So I'm not casting my first skill until my guts is gone. So I don't think guts is gonna go off this turn. So I'm not gonna cast it yet. So the turn before it goes off, I want to do Buster quick, and I want to do my second skill. That was so lucky. That was so lucky. Gareth heard that we were in a damage race. By the way, I don't know why, we were talking about this many streams ago, but like, I don't know, a month ago. But I couldn't remember if they ever said, like, if they ever detailed what happened to Guinevere. I knew Lancelot tried to save her, but I couldn't remember if they ever actually said if he successfully saved her or if she was executed, like what happened. But I listened/read Garden of Avalon again, and they do say, and yeah, Lancelot actually does save her, and they go off to France, right? So she lives, apparently, but, yeah, I could not fucking remember, dude. I actually kind of thought that she died. For the longest time, I had thought that he tried to save her, killed Gareth, and all that, but then she died anyway. But no, she lives. The thing is, it's hard to say, you know, it says that, you know, she was like, you know, really distraught with like, you know, all the problems that had come about in Camelot. And she blames herself, right? Though it's really not her fault. It's really more of Artoria and just the kingdom's values, and you know that's most of the problems. Anyway, but what happens after? Because presumably she lives for a long time, you know, long after all the stuff that happened in Camelot. So you know, God knows what she did with the rest of her life. You know, same for like Sir Kay. You know, Sir Kay left and basically went on his own adventures in another kingdom, and we don't know what happened, right? They don't say. There's literally nothing that says what happens beyond that. Yeah, I really wish we could get a regular Camelot singularity, and obviously it'll be different because of a singularity, but you know, getting some more classical stuff would be nice. Okay, Guts is going off next turn, so we're gonna do this now. Do I want to NP? We'll get the defense down. If I NP, yeah, we'll NP. We'll NP quick. By the way, Garrett's NP is very simple, and they were being very lazy with like the amount of animation quality they put into it, but it still looks cool, so. He guarded the defense down, but I want to do damage next turn. Well, that sucks. Oh, we got those 100% crits though. I'm gonna evade so Gil can hit me more so I get more NP gain. So I might get my NP at the end here. Dadashi, I'm gonna guess that you don't have the Gilgamesh command code, do you? That would explain why we have some of the things that we have. Yeah, looking at this, I'm like, you don't have that, do you? I'm assuming you don't have that, and I'm assuming you don't have the Orion one, or the Artemis one, right? The anti-male one. I'm assuming. So I think your JP is an ult account, isn't it? Like you mostly play NA. Using Gil, yeah, to kill Gil, yeah. Real green viewers highlight every message. Yes, because he got so many channel points. I mean, what? And hi, FN. See, this is 10%, that one's 20, so we'll do it like this. Well, I'm not even sure. Why are we behind on damage right now? We're not dying sooner. We should be objectively ahead on damage. I'm not really sure why we're doing worse on damage right now. It's not over yet though. And we get some attack ups on our NP here, which is nice. There's fireworks going off, man. I would like it if they would just literally use Lancelot's canonical. Okay, we did plenty there. All right, we're good to go. I really like her attack up thing, counterattack stuff. By the way, it's really fun because you have to be smart with it. You can't. It's your first attack, right? It goes away after the first attack, so your first action has to make sense. All right, she got it. And not only did we got it, but because he only has 9k health right now. If we didn't crit with some of those crits earlier, like those turns where we didn't star bomb, we would still win because we're just going to overkill a bunch here if those crits hadn't happened. So if Gil had a bit more health right now, it would be okay. But like the whole, I really dislike how almost Lancelot is used in joke events a lot, but he's not actually used seriously almost ever. So people have just like forgotten what his actual character is. Like the whole point in Fate, in the whole like story they got going on there, Lancelot is like the knightest knight that ever knighted, right? That's like the point, and that's why like Artoria like looks up to him and is like, you know, respects him a lot. Is because he's like the ideal knight. He's the only reason the whole Guinevere thing happens is because he loves Guinevere so much. That's the whole point. And Guinevere is also like a lot like Artoria, where she's like overly idealistic on what a queen is supposed to do and blah 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 blah. and she would almost never do what she did, but she likes Lancelot so much. That's like the whole fucking story, for God's sakes. And also Artoria is a pretty bad husband, but I'm just saying. Anyway, you know, but yeah, everyone, it's this lol NTR jokes. It's like, okay, that's great. Blink twice if Cairo took you hostage and is playing on your account, since I've never seen you hit a 10% and 30% crit. I know, right? Cairo couldn't take me hostage. He doesn't know how to travel. He's been trying to visit for like years and he never has. So he can't find his way out of Wet Pepper Bag, man. Yeah, Artoria actually knew, but she was so aware that she was such a bad husband and everything, she didn't do anything. Yeah, the reason why she decided to execute Guinevere was just because once it was exposed, that's like, you know, that's what a king is supposed to do, and that's how Artoria is. So. Okay. Now we'll test the thing we were actually supposed to test. These last few streams have been ridiculous. No, you know, I get so, I don't know how, but we get, even though Nerofest is going on, we have these boss fights, we're not testing anything, because I just start talking about stupid shit, and it takes us 3 hours to do one fucking thing. It's ridiculous. I'd say I'm stalling for content, but this is like the one time I don't need to do that, because we have all this stuff. Like, what the hell, man? Let's use 70 Dearmid, who's not even 10-10-10. He can do it. I've seen Dearmid beat this stage. You just need to be, you know, like Grailed and that kind of stuff. But a 70 Dearmid's not gonna do so hot. Okay. Unless I can think of another Lancer. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. No, we gotta do this. He crits all the time. The problem is he does so much damage, I don't think she can heal through it. But if she can remove the attack buff. Oh yeah, Dearmid would suck here. Dearmid would fucking suck here. Because, I swear I've seen someone do it though. How would, because every time you do, oh, I bet you I know how you do it. You, anytime you use Dearmid's NP, you have evade up, and then otherwise you just don't use it, because your NP is not that important there. So yeah, he probably can't, I'm pretty sure, because I'm pretty sure I've seen Dearmid do this before, but yeah, you just don't, you just don't use his NP unless it's the turn that you have Dearmid's evade up, or you have the Mystic Code and Vulnerability evade up, or whatever. Because not using your NP is not even that big of a deal, because your NP doesn't do a whole lot of damage. You definitely would need, though, a very upgraded Dearmid, right? You know, preferably Grailed and, you know, to 100 and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, you can always get 2k foe and command codes and all that stuff. I think he can do it. I think his normal card damage, and he's got his own evade skill and whatnot. I may be convoluting him with someone else in my head. I do that sometimes because there's too much information out there, but... okay, what are we gonna do on her? Let's see. We need to be able to use that command code every turn, assuming it works, which I don't think it will. For some reason, these attack buffs don't actually count as attack buffs, so it only gets rid of charisma. And if she can't get rid of the attack buff, there's no way she can do this. There's absolutely no way. But we'll try. We'll see what happens. Oh my god, it's equipped to someone else. Guys, like, why? If it's a CE, you can just take it from one servant to another. Why in the fucking command codes you can't? It's so dumb, and it's been a year, and they haven't changed it. Like, it's so crazy. I'm telling you, man, if they're due on the anniversary, I'm gonna be like pissed, because they should have, you know, if they're like waiting, like, oh, we gotta do it when, you know, they gotta make it special. You don't wait until it's special to fix your fucking game, dude. Small indie dev, please understand. God, it's fucking insanity, dude. Yeah, this is content right here. Switching command codes around. This is this. Normally I do Star Bomb. She normally wants Star Bomb so much, but Heal Boost is pretty good. If Gil's critting us every turn and we're doing our heal every turn, then the Heal Boost is really good. So what we need to do is, this has to be our top priority over like everything. We must NP twice in a very short period of time. So if he crits us, we heal twice, because there's no way one heal is going to offset his damage. He does way too much damage. The problem is, if the fight goes on long enough and I can't remove his buffs, he'll one-shot us, like even though we're a Lancer, and then the healing doesn't matter if you get one shot. So this is, if anything, she might have to play in a way where she has to go gas, 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 gas. But we'll see if this works. Wait, I don't know why I even gave her the art one. We already know the art one doesn't work. We already tried that. But if that one doesn't work, I see no reason why the other one would work. Because it's clearly that the game doesn't actually have that attack buff flagged as an attack buff. It's clearly flagged as just some unique effect, and it just happens to have the attack up symbol, right? And although it does give him attack up, you know, it was made so long ago, you know, that it's not actually designed in a way to work with the command code. Now, I wonder if for some reason, like, I wonder if that buff also has like a crit aspect tied to it. I wonder if a crit removal command code for some reason would get rid of it. I almost want to try that just to see. Like, I wonder if something that could remove it that normally you wouldn't think would remove it. I'm trying to remember. I can never remember which one's crit chance, because there's 2 command codes that remove crit chance, and there's 2 command codes that remove crit damage. I want to say it's this one removes crit chance. But another one does, and this one it puts crit down on them, which I actually don't want. I want Gil to crit. I think this is the other one, maybe. I'm gonna have to look it up. This gets so fucking annoying, though, how there's like no way to tell. Because it wouldn't be a problem if there wasn't so many command codes that do something very similar when it comes to crit. Right? Most command codes are pretty unique and it's easy to remember what they do. But with the crit ones, there's multiple ones that do crit chance down, and there's multiple ones that do crit damage down. It's like, yeah, that's not going to be confusing. Okay, so the pigeon is crit chance, and Coup Alter is crit damage. Is it the bed? I think it's the bed. Yep, the bed is the other one. Okay, I'd rather do the bed one. So the bat and Coup Alter are crit damage, and the bird and the bed are crit chance. And the crit chance ones are just way better. Unless there is a boss that's going to crit all the time and you're wanting to do less damage, but normally it's not enough damage down to really matter, so... Why am I summoning Gareth? Where is she? There we are. Alright. I guess Atlas. Okay, I'm gonna BRB real quick. I gotta take care of allergy bullshit, and then I'll be right back. You can enjoy St. George looking very manly with his animation update. Chat, I saved you all. I muted my mic, and holy crap, there were like so many fireworks for a while that going off right next to my house, and it was just so loud. I might be kind of like awkwardly not talking here and there because I gotta blow my nose every once in a while, so I'll mute my mic for that. That is not ASMR. I don't want to hear any of that shit. Did I not bring... I didn't bring a Raj. Ku needs a buff. Yeah, Proto Ku. Proto Ku needs a buff. Well said, you got it. Honestly though, as much as I bitch about Proto Ku, what he really needs is an animation update, because in truth, Proto Ku is good enough as a budget unit to do what you need a budget Lancer to do. Now, he's not like the best, he's not on par with Ushi, you know, or 100 Face and stuff, but he's pretty solid, right? So he's not like, if you want to use him, you can. But it would be nice if he was more on par with stuff like 100 Face and Ushi and so on and so forth. And, you know, I don't know, regular Ku. Wait a minute, isn't Proto Ku regular Ku? Because he was designed first. It's just they didn't finish the work that he was originally designed for, and they switched to Fate Stay Night. But really, he's regular Ku, and the Ku we know is Ku 2. What am I doing? Why is I swear! Ugh! This is what happens when you're not focusing on the game. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking and shit. You know, I have to reset like 8 times to actually just set up the team how it's supposed to be. Where if I'm like out there making a video or whatever, you know, I actually think about what I'm doing. Oh my god. You know what sucks? I thought there was a chance that we were going to get Fake Prototype this year as a collab. Because I didn't think they would do Tsukihime. I thought it was possible that they would do a Tsukihime collab. Kind of like Melty Blood, right? The Melty Blood game is a prequel to the visual novel coming up. I thought the collab event might be kind of like that. You know, kind of a fun side Singularity and FGO that's kind of a, you know, before the visual novel stuff, right? But I didn't think that was likely. I really didn't. I did not think Tsukihime was likely. I thought it was possible. That was definitely possible, but I didn't think it was like the most likely thing. I thought they might like, you know what? They're gonna, you know, wait for like next year to do that, and then, but maybe behind the scenes, guys, they've been working on Fake Prototype this whole time, and they're gonna do a Fake Prototype. Nope. I'm pretty sure they don't want to do a Prototype collab until they decide what they're gonna do with Prototype, and until they've decided that behind closed doors, I don't think we're gonna get a Prototype collab, which is stupid, because instead we got fucking FGO x FGO, and did the Waltz game shut down? I've been hearing, I haven't like actually looked into it myself, but I've heard people say it has, and I've heard people say it hasn't, so I don't know what's going on. Yes? Oh my god, what a joke, what a fucking, dude, they suck, right? Do I have to sell this anymore? Like, so many people act like, oh, DW has it so hard, like, Jesus Christ, they made that fucking Soccer Wars game, and it died in 6 months. Look how many gacha games out there at least, you know, get by. Epic 7 gets by, right? Epic 7 is still a profitable game years in, and it's a brand new IP. It's not coasting off anything, right? And it's a pretty, you know, under the radar game, and it's getting by, right? Fucking Epic 7 is getting by. And they fucking make Soccer Wars and it dies in 6 months, and they wasted an insane amount of money on it. The Waltz game's already dead, and just, it's like, what is it? It's just insanity. It's like they're incompetent, and the only people that are competent there are people that don't work for DW. Like, all the good ideas, because they've said this in interviews. You know, anything that they don't say the good ideas. They say, oh yeah, Type Moon's the one that came up with the, you know, the cheaper tin roll and you know, like making harder boss fights and all. That's all. And like Type Moon was the ones responsible for the free 5-star ticket, right? Like, what the like, and then they don't even do the NP animations. They outsource them. So it's like, what are we? It's incredible, dude. So it was actually FGO X FGO Dead. That's what the collab was. Do you all think they did that collab in a last-ditch effort to save Waltz? Do you think they thought that would get a bunch that would get like millions of people to go play the Waltz game or something? Cause yeah, that didn't pan out if that was the plan. FGO might just reword it. Like the FGO NA might reword it so it's not even a collab, it's just a event. That which would have been reasonable to have started with, by the way. Like for JP even. Waltz Memorial, that's great. I'm telling you, man, DW would have gone bankrupt if it wasn't for the Fate IP. They have managed that company so badly. Although they have a new president now, and obviously he wasn't even part of the company for the Waltz stuff and all that. So you know, who knows? Maybe he'll know what they're doing. And the thing is, I'm kind of worried that guy is just going to move the company in a completely different direction, which they might need, to be honest. Like from their business standpoint, they clearly have no idea what they're doing. So it really would not shock me if that guy really changes what that company focuses on. But I don't know, we'll see. I should have brought Shin Gong. Got really lucky there. So a lot of hiring and fire. Holy shit! Looking Glass with the big bits. What the hell? Thank you. Can't even imagine how many bits Looking Glass has given me over the years. This is crazy. Anyway, yeah, a lot of hiring and firing you don't ever hear about. You know, they go out of their way to keep it behind closed doors. Even more so in Japan. But sometimes stuff just gets out. You know, they never even said that they hired Baba. The only reason we found out was because someone that works for the company linked it. That was the only reason. Anyway, so for all we know, he's been fired. For all we know, I doubt it, because nepotism. But who knows? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Gil, that's fair. That's fair when you're fighting people that have damaging NPs. Like this fight's balanced around that. She don't need that. She don't need that. She can NP. Like come on now. It's like be nice. Well, I'm gonna have to get my NP ASAP, otherwise we're gonna have a really bad time here. Okay, with the fireworks, are you done? Have you seen the poofy flame stuff? You got it? You can stop shooting that shit now? Jesus Christ. God, I get so sick of listening to fireworks, dude. Imagine if I was healing right now. Dude, by the time I get her heal up, we're almost dead. Alright, let's see if either of these command codes work. Actually, we want him to crit. That's why we brought her. She heals when she's crit. The problem is, like, if she could NP turn 1, I think she'd do pretty well here because she also makes the enemies do less crit damage, and Gil crits every attack here. So that's actually like a way to give him attack down, essentially. What? It's a crit buff. Wait, why did you? What? I don't understand. That doesn't make any sense. That's not what the command code does. He's cheating. Dude, he slipped. I'm telling you. Gil slipped a Noble Phantasm into her pocket, right? You know, it's like, you know, there's like a big sign that says like, you know, no, you know, X style Noble Phantasm. and Gil slips one of those, you know, in her pocket, and then she shows up, and the judges are like, what's that in your pocket? And she's like, nothing. I don't, nothing. I'm following the rules, right? And he's like, no, you're disqualified. You got X there, right? That's what's fucking happening here. Oh my god. I like how, because they didn't have the attack up though, we got some proc. So I think crit, why did we remove both? I'm so confused. Okay, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I know what's happening here. This buff right here is an attack buff, but because it's old content, it doesn't actually count as an attack buff. But what this buff does is it raises Gil's attack and he hits harder. But it's just coded weird and the game counts it as just some other horse shit. This is it makes him apply this every turn, but it's also a crit buff. I think this right here is a crit buff. And if this buff is lost, these buffs are lost. So when she uses the command code to remove a crit buff, it removes this, and that in turn removes this. That's why both of them went away. Either that or the flower one worked and I didn't realize it, which I'm gonna have to check now. Let's take a look. I'm gonna not use the actually it's okay if I do, because I'm gonna slow-mo so I can see more clearly, because we've got it's okay if he AAs this here, like it don't matter. So we'll do this. I should have done it in the other order. Nope, it removes both. So this fucking the only other thing I can think of is it either is tied to it and removing it removes the attack buff, or if he runs out of attack buffs for some reason it would get rid of the buff, but I don't think that's the case. Oh, you're right. She removes all. That's right. I completely forgot. You're right. She removes buffs. However, I don't think we crit right there. I think that was still the command code though, because I saw the text come up. I need to not crit though. We need to not crit. You did? Not. Fuck. Okay. Hold on. We'll just don't use any quick cards. Gil, could you stop? I guess he does that if you remove his buff. Oh, I see. Every time he that's part of this. Every time this is activated, he drains your MP. Okay, just don't crit forehead. But I have to use this one to test it. And it's the one with the highest crit chance. Why is this game like this? Okay. Okay, I don't think we have our NP buff anymore. Okay. So it doesn't count as a crit buff or an attack buff, because we just used both. What's funny is even though we're playing like garbage, and we're like flailing around randomly, she's gotten kind of... Can you shut up, Fireworks? Holy crap, I'm trying to talk here. Anyway. Trying to think what else I could try. I wonder if it's not flagged with anything. It's just like a buff and it's not even flagged as an offensive buff. That's what I'd like to see, is use someone that removes an offensive buff. I think she can actually beat this anyway though. I'll give her another shot in a second. I think what you do is you go full offense command codes. You don't worry about your NP at all. And you just take advantage of how she actually has pretty good survivability with her double guts and all that. And maybe you do remove his buffs every once in a while to keep his attack ups down. And you just do it on turns that you can either face tank the NP or, you know, have vulnerability up or whatever. There's no point, let's see, I guess we do that. There's no point in NPing at this point. Yeah, that's the problem, is she removes the main buff. If she only removed the attack up, I think it would be fine. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find someone that can remove the attack buff, but not remove the core buff. The problem is the attack buff doesn't count as a fucking attack buff for some reason. And so effects that remove attack buff specifically don't do anything. I mean, I think it's just because it's such old content, it's not, these buffs aren't flagged correctly. She can definitely beat this though. I mean, literally with me randomly flailing around and not using a buster card for most of my attacks and crap like that, we almost won. I think she absolutely can beat this. I'll try it in a second. That's what I was saying though, even though she's terrible for this stage, and like her NP doesn't really work, and it actually kind of backfires in a lot of ways, she's almost winning with just LOL Lancer normal attack value, right? And she's not grailed or anything. That's why it's not really that hard to solo this one. It was hard, you know, back in the day, but when he was bugged, but that was only for like, you know, 12 hours or whatever. Yeah, Burgist, if would be a chance. You'd have to, the problem is, you couldn't use her skill until he had at least 3 attack buffs up. Otherwise, you would remove you have to attack 4 times per turn. So, and if you waited that long, you would be dead. Even if you weren't a Saber, right? Even if you were a Lancer or something. So there's not really a way for her to like line that up. Actually, Benkei might be able to do this. If he was Grailed, 2K Foe, Faux Pod, Command Code. The buff removal is bad in a way, but if you always time it right and you have your stun, he might actually be able to do it. It would that would be a thing, but you would definitely need a Grailed Benkei. All right, let's give her an actual go here. I'm kind of annoyed though that those attack buffs just literally aren't coded correctly. Because as far as I'm aware, all those do is increase his attack. You know, the crit is coming from, I'm pretty sure, the other one, the other buff. Wait, where is she? I don't know why I have such a hard time finding her. There she is. Okay, so her NP is pretty low priority, so I don't care about the Merlin one. It's pretty much going to be all about Stargin and critting. That's pretty much all we care about. A lot of BBQQ turns. I wish BBQ was a meta combo, but it basically never is. The only time BBQ is a meta combo is if the unit only has 1 quick card. You need to do a good chunk of damage, but you also you want to make as many stars as possible. So you wanted to put your quick card last, because that's how it makes as many stars as possible. But because you're wanting to still do a good chunk of damage, you do like BB instead of like BA, right, and stuff like that. So every once in a while, like on Gwen, sometimes you don't need to do BBB, and maybe it's a break bar, it's really low in health or whatever, but you just got to do some damage to break the bar. You sometimes will do BBQ, right? But it's a pretty rare combo. It's one of the rarest combos. The rarest combos, though, are is the BM combos that there's literally no reason to do, even if like you're gonna break the bar anyway and shit like that, because there are some combos, they're not meta Stargin, they're not meta NP gain, and they're not meta damage, and they're not meta a mix, right? Because sometimes your goal is not to just do as many stars as possible, or as much damage as possible, or as much NP gain as possible. You're trying to find like a middle ground between 2 of them, or all 3 of them. But there are some combos that are none of those things. They're just bad. Like, you know, a lot of times, like, you know, AQB. There is no reason to do AQB ever. In a solo anyway. Like, there's just absolutely no combination of things you would need in hit counts that would ever result in AQB being good. You know, it's bad damage, bad Stargin, bad NP gain, right? It's super fucking shit. ABQ is actually a meta combo, and actually fairly often. Like on Musashi, if your only objective is NP gain, ABQ is the meta thing to do, because maybe you're fighting a trash bomb that's going to die anyway, break bar, whatever, or you just have to get your NP exactly next turn no matter what. Then her best thing to do is have her first skill up and do ABQ. I don't know why. I actually see that a lot. I do not know why, but so many people, I've seen this many times. People think ABQ is not a meta NP gain combo. They think BQA is better. and on some very specific units, and especially because of overkill, if the Buster card immediately gets you overkill, it can be better. Getting overkill sooner, meaning more of your hit count goes into overkill, can change what's meta, which actually I think is good. It's kind of fun. Anyway, but yeah, if that doesn't happen, almost always BQ is better than BAQ. Oh, I'm sorry, better than BQA. It does way less damage though. That's the thing. BQA. God, Buster Quick Art does significantly more damage and does do good in P gain, where Art Buster Quick does fucking atrociously low damage and does a bit more in P gain. So it's not necessarily meta to do, but sometimes it's the only thing worth doing. The Scath's best in P gain is ABQ, unless her 2 quick cards both have way higher crit chance than both of her Buster cards, then AQQ is her best. Or if her 2 Buster cards have way better crit chance than her 2 quick cards, then it's BB. But normally it's ABQ, because her Buster card doesn't get a bonus for being in 3rd place, because her Buster in 2nd place has more NP gain than her Quick in 2nd place. But in 3rd place, the Quick gets stronger and the Buster doesn't. So it's mostly down to where her crits are. She has some of the most unique NP gain in the entire game, though. Just because her hit counts are whack, and then her Quick card... her Buster hit count is so high, and then her Quick hit count is so low, that it gets kind of weird. Alright, we're gonna go Matt Star Jin here. So, she would be better for this fight if she didn't remove buffs. If she could get her NP and get the crit damage down and that stuff, she'd actually be really good here, because then Gil crits all the time, but she would have like an insane amount of crit down on him, so his crits would be pathetic and actually do less damage than a non-crit if you got enough of them. And she'll heal too, so she could live longer that way, but because that is packaged with the buff removal, it doesn't really work out. Okay, we're rarely going to do our art cards. If we do them, we're doing them because they got a good crit chance. So I want them to have damage stuff. What happens is a lot of units that have high hit count busters also have decent hit count quicks. So they're still better off doing AQQ. But you have some units also that don't have 2 quick cards. That's why sometimes ABQ is meta, because like Musashi doesn't have 2 quick cards. If Musashi had 2 quick cards, she'd be better off doing AQQ, but she can't do that. And same for Ku. If Ku had a triple Buster deck, he'd be better off doing ABQ. I'm trying to think, the only way BQA is better is if you're getting overkill sooner because of it. Because if you get overkill either way, then the art card first is still better. But if you get overkill a few hits sooner because of the Buster being in the front, then it can be better. But I can't think of any units where, if you're going for pure NP gain and you do not care about damage at all, I cannot think of a unit where Buster Quick Art is better than Art Buster Quick. I cannot think of anything. The only way you would need to have a 1-hit Buster, like a 2-hit Quick, and then like a 4-hit Art or something crazy like that, right? But like they don't really make units like that. There are units with 2-hit Quicks and 1-hit Busters, but then they generally only have 2-hit or at best 3-hit Art, and that's generally just not enough. Because the reason why Art Buster Quick is better, and this is it's weird to me that some people don't think it is, but the reason it's better is because the art card bonus, first off, is now applying to the Buster card, which normally doesn't make any NP gain. And even if it now only makes, 1 to 3, that's still that's 3% that you wouldn't be 1 to 3% you wouldn't get at all. And it also applies to the extra attack, and all extra attacks are at least 4 hit. So the art bonus is just too good. And also the first card bonuses apply to themselves, so. Okay, how do I put on this one? Thinking I could just do crit damage. Oh, yeah, fuck it. So now this is the one that's more funky, and this happens because maybe your taunt walls are still alive, or you're in a team setting, whatever. Maybe you have a unit that has a triple buster deck. This could happen even if you don't have a triple buster deck, but it's most likely with a triple buster deck. So you have a triple buster deck, but you don't have access to your quick card, right? Maybe you have there's a team setting, or maybe your quick cards are locked because there are a few fights that do that. Whatever it is, you don't have access to your quick card, and all you really care about is NP gain. Like you're going to do enough damage to kill the mob, or the damage is irrelevant this turn because of a gimmick, whatever. Your damage is not important. All you're caring about is NP gain. But you have access to 2 buster cards and an art card. So then it's BBA extra versus ABB extra. And from what I have seen, it's kind of all over the map. I've found more times than not ABB extra is better because, again, the busters will make 0 NP gain without the art card in the front, and the art card applying to the extra attack is just a lot of NP. However, I think if your buster is 1 hit count, that's not always the case. Like for Pinth's buster is 2 hit count, and for her it's better. Art BB extra is better than buster art extra, unless again there's weird overkill shenanigans. But that's a really weird one though. That's one of the. I actually remember I had to test that on stream with Pinth because I wasn't sure which one would be better for her. So we messed around with that one time. Yeah, oftentimes ABQ is barely better than BQA, like I was saying earlier. It's normally barely better. Sometimes it's a lot better, but normally it's barely better. But it's way behind in damage. And that's why you don't use it too often. You really only use it if you only care about the... I'm going to default. I don't think she's going to get to use her guts twice. But only if you care about the NP gain. And like either the damage is irrelevant or you're going to kill it or break regardless, right? But sometimes it's just a gimmick where it's 2 things. Sometimes there's a gimmick where damage doesn't matter, and sometimes your damage on this turn is going to be outweighed so much by the damage next turn that it doesn't really, like, you're going to do what needs to be done next turn, and like the damage on this turn won't really work towards like how much NP damage you do next turn, and like that NP damage will break no matter what, so who cares how much damage you do now, stuff like that. By the way, this is why, am I the only one that feels this way? I'm really asking, I'm not being hyperbolic here, like I really want to know. A big part of why I don't like using super meta supports, especially for challenge quests, is because you don't, all the interesting stuff you do with cards go out the window. And this is why it's meta though, and why a lot of times challenge quests get so much easier when you do meta supports, not just because meta supports are good, but because meta supports allow you to just NP. Because if you're NPing all the time, and it doesn't matter what cards you get, it doesn't matter if they crit or not, it doesn't matter if the DPS unit got the cards this turn, if they got them next turn, or in the third hand, it doesn't matter, right? Because you're so focused on the NPs that removes all of the stuff with the deck. Now, that can be good for consistency and for removing RNG, but it also removes, like, being smart and knowing, like, when to go for NP gain, when to go for damage, when to go for a hybrid, knowing what, when the deck shuffles, keeping track of, okay, I didn't get any of Robin's art cards in the first 2 hands, that means the third hand, it must be both of Robin's art cards. All that stuff goes out the window, all that stuff about overkill and, like, star gen, all out the window, right? All out the window, and, I think that stuff is fun, right? When you combine that stuff with also keeping track of your cooldowns and thinking about when they come back and like syncing that up with the boss mechanics and your Mystic Code and if you're going to get your NP or not get your NP, if the boss is going to get their NP, so you need to have an option to defend it. If you don't have an option to defend it, you're going to have to cycle. What are you going to do? That's the fun stuff for me, right? It's like all these things you got to think about and like, okay, if this unit's going to only be able to NP once, I shouldn't even go for their second NP, right? So, and while I'm waiting for them to die, because they're going to get NP'd in a few turns or whatever, now I want them to do as much normal card damage as possible. That happens all the time. Like, you'll have your front row and your back row, and you're like, okay, I NP'd, there's absolutely no way before this unit dies they're ever NPing a second time. So fuck, getting NP gain on them now. Now we'll just focus on trying to either make stars or get someone else their NP that is going to live, because maybe they have a survival skill, or just doing, ooga booga stuff, right? Like, I like having to think about that stuff. That's when I enjoy FGO the most, is when the boss is hard, I'm having to think about how to set up the team in the first place, and then when I use the team, it doesn't just auto-play itself. I gotta be like, okay, I gotta make sure I do this, and this, and when they do this, I gotta do this, and that's overwhelmingly when I like the game. And if I use, all the meta, Castoria waiver bullshit, it's just so much of that is gone, and it ends so much quicker, and it's boring, right? And it's also just repetitive. So because some people say if you do budget stuff, you know, it's a lot of usual suspects still, right? You know, if it's an archer, it's gonna be Ku. You know, if it's a lancer, you're gonna be like Bedivere or maybe Caesar, stuff like that. If it's a caster, it's definitely gonna be Ushi and Ricky, right? And that's true that there, you know, sometimes the usual suspects are just so much better than everyone else that obviously that's what you're going to use. However, you're not just spamming your NP every turn over and over and it's done in 3 turns, right? Or over 5 turns or whatever. You know, you're normally gonna have to go a lot longer. You're gonna have to think about, you know, when to survive, when to let people die, you know, when to use your Mystic Code, you know, do you focus on NP gain or normal card damage? You know, those things still come up, and that's what keeps it interesting for me, even if, because yeah, a lot of the meta low stars are still meta, you know, 100 Phase, St. George, Hans, Qingong, Mozart, Robin, David, you know, you see these things a lot in budget setups, right? I think there's still more variety though, I think, with budgets than the super whale stuff. I think you do mix up the units a little bit more, but it's more about like how you play them. I think the way you play them changes more than the meta stuff. Okay, let's Raj some things. I don't know why I'm bothering to cast his battery skill there. I gave him, I mean, I guess just to show off that he could do this with the Sakura CE instead of K-Scope, but it's not particularly relevant there. Wait, please tell me there aren't people out there that actually think Hans is bad. I don't think I've ever been exposed to that. Hans is pretty famous for being one of the better go-to budget things, and then his 3rd skill got buffed. How? The only way I can think of anyone thinking Hans is bad is if they're trying to compare Hans to like Castoria and Merlin and shit like that. And obviously he's worse than that, but everything's worse than that. I cannot, it's insane to think Hans is bad. He is such a helpful low star. He's a godsend sometimes. And now, I will say, he's not an auto-include, and I actually like this. Qingong is not an auto-include. Sometimes Qingong's amazing, but sometimes he's pretty useless for budget stuff. I'm serious, sometimes he's really fucking useless for budget stuff. You're not doing a Buster team. Budget stuff almost never uses Qingong to cycle, by the way. Almost never. Occasionally, but not very often. So Qingong is really, on budget teams, is rarely used for the cycle stuff. So he's mostly there for a Buster setup, or if you really need a targeted taunt. You know, that's but sometimes this stuff just doesn't matter. I mean, a lot of times, Qingong makes the cut a lot, but he also doesn't make the cut a lot. Same for Hans. You know, there's just times they're good, times they're not good. But I use both of them all the fucking time, and so do all the other budget people. That's just, and for farming too, I've for like on my shitty ult accounts and stuff, you know, just slapping Hans' 3rd skill, there's enough NP gain over the course of the farm that it's pretty useful. So I think he's good for farming too. He's not the, if I was like, okay, we gotta get the budget supports for farming, Hans would not be my absolute first pick. Now, on most of my accounts, he is my first pick, and that's because he's good enough for farming, and he's also good for main story fights and challenge quests and all that. But if I was focusing just on farming, you know, then you focus on Qingong, Shakespeare, you know, maybe even Asclepius, depending on things, right? But, you know, it's easy enough to get farming done. Like, I don't get why people are so obsessed with farming, man. And I get, even if you farm a lot, I don't get why you're obsessed with farming, because it's easy to do efficient farming, even if you're not fucking obsessed with it, right? So, it's like, who cares? It's like, oh yeah, you can only level 1 budget caster ever. Like, no, you can level plenty. It's not, and even if you really like farming, right? It's like, it's easy to get a good farming setup. Like, oh man, level a Rosh and Spartacus, and you know, wow, that was hard, right? Like, it's just, I don't understand, right? I've had a lot of accounts, and they're on all kinds of different power ranges, and I have never found it ever to be a problem to get efficient farming done, right? Aside from like the brand new accounts. Like my solo account that doesn't level anything but Asterios, okay, that one has a bit of a hard time with farming, right? But that's about the only one. For God's sakes, my 1 to 3 star account doesn't have problems farming. Why did I not bring Qingong? Got lucked out on that one. It makes sense to, like, we're gonna take damage here, are you kidding me? It makes sense though to, like, if people, you know, it's okay if people like farming or they want to be efficient and they want to be able to, you know, farm efficiently so they can level up the units that they like easier, right? That makes sense. And as such, maybe roll sometimes on things that are super good like Castoria, and, you know, that makes sense. But you can have such a meaty account that can farm like it's nothing without needing to, oh my god, I know what you do on her. If you were trying to deal with his gimmick, you would NP before the boss wave. That's totally what you would do. Anyway, you don't want to do that here, by the way, but that's what you do with, like, Baldi. Baldi's actually amazing for this, because Baldi just NPs on the wave before the boss, and even though then Gil drains his NP, you don't care because you still have the effect. So that's kind of handy. I'm so pissed. What the fuck? I just took over, like, I took almost 5,000 damage there. Just because I didn't get any cards when my taunts were alive. Jesus. But yeah, if you just roll a little bit, like you just roll on just Castoria, or you just get Waver, your farming is going to be so much easier that it's like you don't really need to roll every time something meta comes up. I am so sick of these fireworks. Can you all hear these, by the way? Like, some of them aren't super loud, but every once in a while one of them is crazy loud. It's like a fucking war zone. Driving me crazy, though. Alright, well, we're just here for the damage. I do not like this crit spread, so I'm gonna re-roll it. We really did not make that any better. We made it a little bit better, but... just crit forehead. But, you know, people can play the game however they want, and whatever. If they're enjoying themselves, that's all that matters, but... Sometimes I see people that are clearly not enjoying themselves, and all they're doing is farm, and I'm like, you know, maybe try to find your own fun. That's I don't ever play video games and, like, I don't even think to follow the guidelines. I just don't, right? Now, maybe the guidelines are actually fun and it works out, but when I play a video game, I look, I know what I find fun in video games, right? And I look at a video game and I'm like, can I do the stuff that I like in video games in this game, right? Does the parameters of this game allow me to do what I want to do? Like, this is what blows my mind. People that play MMOs and just play on the rails. Like, what the fuck? Why are you playing an MMO if all you want to do is, like, follow the main story and then, like, grind for the best gear at the end and then that's it? What the fuck? Why? Go play Diablo. Like, literally go play Diablo. If you don't want to, like, get into world PvP or, like, you know, 1v1 me nub or, you know, start trouble or, you know, raid a city with your friends or whatever, you know, or find, you know, obscure things. Why are you, like, why would you play an MMO? Like, what the, it's just crazy. Like, the whole point of an MMO is the social stuff and, like, the large world, and but then so many people, it's like, yeah, it's a large world, but only 5% of it even matters, and it's like, they don't do anything. It's like, what the fuck? It's crazy to me. But yeah, when if I play Dark Souls, I'm not really worried about what Dark Souls wants me to do. I'm worried about what I want to do and how I can make that work in Dark Souls, right? That's very much how I see video games. But some people, they just always do what they feel like the game is pointing them to do, or in some games cases, what the community is pointing them to do. That's a big thing, man, in online games and in social games and gacha games and stuff, where, like, the community's consensus is what everyone feels like they need to do for some fucking reason. And some people in the community may enjoy that, and that's fine. Like, that's why, you know, that general, like, agreement comes about, but then you may not be part of that, right? You may not be part of that group that enjoys that, and you get kind of strung along because people have a bad habit of just going with what the group wants. I'm going to do quick, and even though that art card has a more crit chance, because I just want to make more stars for the next turn. Oh yeah, I'm not saying, you know, I totally get, like, in an MMO, if you want to hang out with your friends and do a hard dungeon or a raid or whatever, that's fine, but that's not really what I'm talking about. It's like they get the whole, everything about the MMO, all they care about is doing what the game is, like, pointing them to do, right? It's, you know, yeah, on Saturday you play with your friends and do a raid, you know, that's totally reasonable, but then, like, that's not the same thing as just, like, being a complete meta slave and, like, you know, just, you know, following, like, the rails when there's so much more you can do, right? Like, I saw so many people, like, I played Classic WoW when it came out, right? When the original version of WoW returned. And almost everyone in that game turned into an insane meta slave. It was all about leveling as fast as humanly possible, gearing as fast as humanly possible. It's like, okay, if some people want to do that, that's fine. But that game, if you play it that way, is boring because it's unbelievably easy. None of the bosses are hard. It's just dull. What I did in that game was like, oh my god, me and my friends just did so much insane shit in that game. I've told this story before, but this is like, we did more than this, but this is like the architect of what we look to do in online games. There is like this fortress in a leveling up zone, like a level 30 zone. I think it's like actually it's like a level 25 zone or something. So it's a pretty low level area, right? And there's just this fort where there's like an elite quest where like people are supposed to group up to beat the quest together because it'd be really hard to do it alone. Because the mobs are tough, right? The mobs are tougher. But those mobs happen to be friendly to one of the factions that you can play in that game. So we play that faction, and we make characters that are designed to be in that level range, right? We don't over level, we don't go get super OP gear, right? We use regular gear that regular people would have when they're playing in that area, right? And we defend the mobs. We go in the fort and we defend the mobs. And sometimes we would run into an insane amount of enemy players, you know, trying to do the quests there. And it'd be like, you know, 3 of us, 2 to 4 of us, you know, but we have the mobs on our side. And oh my god, the insane, like, stuff that we'd have happen there was just awesome, right? They would just look to do stuff like that, right? We would just look to, you know, find world things to do. And always, this would always happen, every time. I don't think this ever didn't happen. They would get, the enemies players would get frustrated with us, you know, working with the mobs, and someone would log off and get on their big boy main character that's like max level, or get their friend that's max level to come help. But what we would do is we'd already have our max level characters logged off in that exact location, so they'd kill all low levels, and we'd instantly switch to our high levels and then kill their high levels. And then sometimes it would just, you know, we'd start getting into bullshit like that. But we would just always do stuff like that, right? And like what I would do when I'm on my own is I would just like look for areas or like a popular farming spot. You try to kill everyone in the farming spot, right? And you just try to hold on to the farming spot so no one else can have it, right? That's how I play games like that. And it's so much more fun. If I try to play fucking World of Warcraft like the game wants you to play it, I would be bored so fast and I would never play that fucking game, right? Like, no way. And, you know, anytime there's like a game out there, I just try to, you know, have fun with it. Like in Dark Souls, you know, sure, I enjoy playing through the campaign one time, but then it's all about making, you know, alternate characters for PvP at different level ranges and, you know, messing with people in different ways. And there are some insane trolling videos out there for Dark Souls where like people make whole character setups and like pick and choose certain gear and spells that allow them to like do trolly nonsense, you know, in certain specific areas. Like, so people will make characters, they'll spend like hours and hours on a character that's designed to be located in a specific location in PvP because the map is like really fucked up there, and you can use certain items to like make it really hard for players to like deal with like the environment or whatever. Yeah, like the wall. That's not even what I was thinking of, but that's a good example. That kind of shit is just so much fun, dude. And I have characters like that in Dark Souls games, so I just log on to and I'm like, okay, it's time to play in this zone and just, you know, fuck with people, and it's incredible, right? Like, and yeah, it's kind of the same thing though in FGO, right? I look to do what I want to do in FGO. I don't really worry about, oh my god, I have to farm at the most efficient rate possible. Okay, let's see if we can murder Gil here. We're about to get AI'd. Do I want, if I'm ever going to NP, now is the turn to do it. The problem is no, it's fine. It's fine. If I keep removing his buffs from this point on, it doesn't matter because Aya is the same thing as being auto-attacked. I'll die either way. So I will evade because I could potentially be attacked more and get more NP gain, so might as well. I think I NP quick, and then it's all damage from there. Okay, now I can hear the boom. Y'all should have heard it when I was doing allergy stuff, because I had the mic off, but there was just so much firework shenanigans when I was doing that. I haven't heard anything as bad as that. Somebody popped off, I'm just saying. By the way, I have her NP in slow-mo, because you don't ever use her for farming, obviously. I like how he triple... Gilgamesh. Anyway, you'll never farm with this unit, and for videos, I can edit it, but if I edit it to just be the ending of her NP, it looks better in slow-mo. Really, the whole thing for her looks better in slow-mo, so... And Gil wasn't having any of that. A lot of the bosses in Nerofest have like a hidden passive, though, where they have extra magic resist. They don't have 100% magic resist, but like Hercules normally doesn't have any magic resist, but in this event he has like 40%, I think. For some reason, I have no idea why. It's not something they normally do, but they did it for Nerofest. I guess just to make it harder, but that's a pretty bad way to make it harder. It's like, yeah, more RNG, I'm so happy. Okay, I don't know why our art cards are getting the crit so much, but I kind of have to take them here. She's definitely gonna win though. I actually really like that though, that you can at the last second there NP and really have no drawback. Like, who cares if he AOs at this point? I think she can actually do this pretty reliably, like, as long as you play it properly. Yeah, much a, Alright, we can, yeah, we... Not only do I get to attack again, but we have guts, so I get to attack again, right? So, we super win. Well, that's pretty cool. If I was ever going to make a video for a Lancer, I might do that just because it's kind of impressive that she can do that pretty easily. But it'd be better to do this with the neutral class. But that's hard. It's hard to do this with the neutral class because Gil's just normal card damage is so high. Thank you, RTN, for the... Didn't you just resub like 3 days ago? Anyway, thank you for the 11-month resub. I appreciate it. Chat, I know I say this from time to time, but I just don't even... It's so weird to me. It's like, how do I make my living from YouTube and Twitch? It's so weird. I never intended to do that. And, I've got a real problem. I feel like I have no, like, wiggle room, but I have so much wiggle room. Like, things have gone so well for me. It's crazy. Like things have gone very, very well for me. So like, if I need to take time off, I can take time off. It's not a big deal. But it's crazy. I just don't understand why things have gone so well for some fucking reason, right? It's wild. But I really do appreciate it. I am a lucky son of a bitch. I wanted to solo this with a weak unit, and I picked this green-haired boy made out of clay. Oh boy, I bet you that was tough. I bet you that was really tough. I hope you were able to manage that. It's that's kind of messed up too because Gil has divinity, so you know, you get the bonus stuff there. Okay, maybe we move on to Mev. Who do we want to try here? I kind of want to do team stuff, but we could do a few solos here. AoE is really favored if you want to do this one. Might try Bergfest, because she's neutral, and that sounds kind of fun. Maybe that'll actually push her a bit. Kentoki. I actually don't know if Kentoki could do it, because he has no survivability. And, although he would wreck the casters. Alright, let's see. Lancer Yu's pretty good, honestly, for solo. She's not, like, you know, the best ever, but she's pretty good. She's got what you want, damage and some survivability. Oh, you mean Berserker Kentoki. I don't know. He just doesn't have, I don't think so. He has no survivability. I mean, he'll just die. Like, even if the boss is dead somehow, right, the trash will just kill you. He's a Berserker. He takes way too much damage. I don't see that really being possible for him. If he was AoE and he was just like, you know, flooring everything, then maybe. But with him being single target and a Berserker, I don't see that panning out. I wish there was a button to just remove all command codes from all your units. Man, if there weren't casters there, I would actually like to see you try this. Yu's so much better than she used to be. And she is AoE, and she has a lot of survivability. Unfortunately, there's some meaty casters in there, and I doubt she could handle that. The only way she could handle it is if the damage CE allowed her to one-shot them, but that doesn't seem super likely, because I think they have 100k or something. But hey, if Rex is still here and wants to set up his U, you could try it. Now, this fight, I don't normally do at like the other fights, because I feel like the trash is more of part of the fight, because there's also trash in the fight itself. So so I don't normally give them like a free pass through the trash mobs. But we'll find like a happy middle ground, especially because we're using someone at neutral, right? So what we'll do is we'll do a Raj, and just on wave 1, even if it's more meta to do on wave 2, because a lot of times it is. But then we'll just let the taunt die as fast as possible. I won't bring a level taunt, and if there's still like, we'll see. We'll look at the stage though. We'll see, because maybe we're like, oh, this is way too easy, and I need to have like no taunts at all, or or whatever. But we'll see how it goes. I want to do no such thing. Feels bad. But don't you just love messing around with command codes, Rex? Isn't it super fun? So, I don't remember the gimmicks here at all. I remember she charms you, but only works on male, and then she takes more damage when the ads are dead. I'm not sure if there's anything beyond that, to be honest. So, we will go with what? If we're gonna fight the trash mobs a lot, the anti-servant isn't necessarily the way to go. I think the heal boost will be good. I wish they would have done like the anniversary. I wish they had just timed things a lot different. They shouldn't have even started Lost Belt 6 until later, in my opinion. And then they should have done like this now, or case files now, or whatever when Lost Belt 6 started. And I think they should have done the anniversary first. I really think they should have done the anniversary. I know they don't want to, though, because they want to put something from the story in the anniversary banner, but I would have really preferred the anniversary. Because any cool updates that come with the anniversary would be nice to have before the Lost Belt 6 stuff. But, yeah, you can do Kojo setup here, no problem. It's actually not hard to make male assassins work here. Because she only does the charm once. And you can just remove it, so big deal. Also, like, there's the command code now, so you can just be immune to it. I'm not sure what I want to do here. Maybe a star bomb? I don't know if we're gonna need the crits though. I don't really remember the damage thresholds. I'm gonna not go for crits then, because we have the damage CE. I feel like that's probably not gonna be necessary. Might do the heal then, even though I'll whiff it a lot of the time. If it buys me any time, that's kind of good. Well, I know I'm gonna do this. I actually really want K&K collab number 2. Like, not a rerun. I want another K&K collab. I think it's so worth it because it's already synced up with the Fate. Like, they already exist in the Fate universe, right? Like, Shiki and Toko and all of them exist in the Fate universe, right? And it's just a really compatible story, and it's a really good story. And the first collab was really early in FGO's life, so it didn't have, like, the best writing. It was still kind of ABC. It's definitely better, though, than the early stories. But anyway, and it didn't have, like, really fleshed out gameplay. So I'd love for them to do it again, and there's just so much... The K&K universe is just awesome, right? And having more of that would be good. I have no idea what to give her because we're mostly dealing with trash mobs. I got nothing. The heal plus is obvious. But other than that, I'm not sure what is even worth doing, really. Yeah, do the K&K main interlude and then do K&K 2. That'd be awesome. And as such, it will never happen. Huh. Most stuff just doesn't seem like it's gonna be very good. Well, this is better than nothing. And I guess I'll do the anti-servant one because we have to kill Mev at some point. Wait, doesn't... Mev gets attack buffs at the end, or something. And maybe the game actually treats them like regular attack buffs for once. I almost want to... I need to do the fight and then I'll have a plan. But I kind of want to, like, when I don't have my AoE NP, hit Mev to build NP and remove her buffs or some shit. Although I don't think she gets the attack buffs until the end or something. I don't know. We'll just do the fight and see what happens. Where is it? Please tell me it's not equipped to somebody. Okay, there we go. So they need to stop using command codes as a reward structure for events. And I big time. Because now there's still room to add new command codes, absolutely. And it's okay to make derivative command codes that are kind of like, oh, you missed this command code, well, here's basically the same thing. That's fine. But they don't need to add new command codes every new event, right? It's just going to be bloat, right? And it's just obnoxious. What makes command codes fun is the customization, but you don't need to keep adding command codes to have that level of customization. If anything, they just, you know, like, they were fine as a reward structure for a while, but now it's just getting silly, right? There's way too many of them. It's chaotic. It's really hard to remember what all of them do. The inventory management of them is awful, right? And they just don't need to keep adding them. They just don't, right? If anything, they just need to bring back the old ones so new people can get the old ones. And every once in a while, you might be like, oh, you know what? This is a good idea for a command code. So if they're inspired and they can think of a command code that's like a good thing, an interesting thing to add, sure, add it. But you don't need to like meet a quota, right? And they need to find other things to put in events to motivate people to do the events. Like very much so. Because it's just, and same for craft essences. We don't need them to keep, like, I would rather they return old craft essences, and because if I don't need them, I can just burn them and save the inventory space, and then people that missed them can now get them, right? There's no need to just keep on adding craft essences, right? Until like, oh hey, here's a new idea for a craft essence that's actually unique and interesting. Okay, now add that, right? But they keep like just adding in same-o, and we have like 1 million Star Bomb CEs, and they take up a bunch of space when you only really need 1 or 2 variants of it, right? So yeah, I really hope they stop. You need to find new things for like event rewards. But again, FGO hates change, and you know they just want to copy paste the same stuff over and over, and so they just keep adding command codes and they just keep adding craft essences, and it's stupid and boring and also inventory hell. All right, NP time. K-Scopes, I wouldn't say is the best CE in the game because, you know, limit broken K-Scope, pretty good, but regular K-Scope, it can be really good. And even limit broken K-Scope sometimes is trash, to be honest. It just depends on the situation. They should let you buy a lot of old stuff with mana prisms, like a lot of the default basic stuff. And you should be able to buy a plethora of command codes to cover your bases, plethora of CEs to pick from to cover your bases, right? And then only add new craft essences and command codes when they're actually inspired to do something. And these trash mobs are kind of just like whatever though. But it's the ones in the fight that matter. Poser Girl is pretty nuts because it's insanely meta for hard fights and challenge quests and on budget setups, but it's also meta as fuck on whale setups. It's just such a broken CE. Like conceptually, it's just ridiculous. What if George doesn't do 300 damage? He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. Hey, he did 793, no problem. He killed that guy twice. I can't say the same thing about our enemy. I can't. Okay, well, let's see if we can not kill this mob now. Hey, I get more NP gain. The thing is, it's pointless though. I would have got my NP anyway. Like, if George had died and I got 1, George would give me NP from dying, and then 2, I'd get to do whatever combo I wanted on the enemy. So I would have gotten it no matter what. I guess I go for Stargen, so do that. Please crit. More crits mean more stars. Well, the one that I really wanted to crit didn't, but it only had a 20% chance. By the way, Fury, every time she talks now, oh, fuck, what's her name? I forgot 7 Deadly Sins names. Jericho, I got it. Now someone will say it in chat. But yeah, every time I do anything with her now, I just hear Jericho all the time. It's like, god damn it. Let's see. Right, she has invulnerability at the start. I did not really remember that, but she also has, like, you have to kill mobs to make her weaker. Oh yeah, as you kill mobs, she loses stuff. Like, she'll lose the Buster Resist, she'll lose the Art Resist, right? Or whatever. Yeah, every time you like, kill a mob, I think she loses one buff. We'll do 64k, but I'll target this one just in case we don't. Remember when Gil Thunder actually mattered? It feels bad. I leveled my NP on Death CE for more level 1 George damage. Lol. I mean, might as well. Actually did okay damage right there. I wonder if you give an armor ignore command code, because it makes that card ignore armor. I wonder if you'll do full damage with an art card right there. I kind of want to attack Nev and just get my NP. Because then I can remove some of these attack buffs. I'm so doing that. But I'll help with the healing though. I could heal for so much right now if I did a Buster Chain. I should have done my cards differently then. I think I still do. Huh, this is tricky. I'm giving up a lot of health there, because I could heal boost, and I could... Wait, shit, what am I... She removes buffs on her own! What am I doing? I don't need that. She can just remove the buffs on her own. She doesn't need the fucking command codes. So I could do whatever combo I wanted there. Okay, we gotta, hold on. Let me change this a little bit. And I think Nev only attacks if there's no trash mobs. If there are trash mobs, she buffs them, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's see. I do kind of want to try giving her the armor ignore, but in the long run, it's so not worth it. But that would be kind of fun. Though, interestingly, if you do give her the attack removal command code, she could remove 2 of it in one go, in one attack. That's pretty cool. But shouldn't be necessary. I don't know what the hell is, though. See, I think she lost Art first, and then Quick, then Buster, which means putting Armor Ignore on the Buster is the worst, because she'll keep the Buster Resist. I might try it, though, just to see what happens. Be kind of fun. Good music, man. Okay. See ya, TG. Kind of late on that one. Whenever I'm doing menu stuff, it's hard to read chat. And if I read chat, it takes me forever to do the menu stuff. Oh, and see you, Red. See, I'm so late. I like the green at the bottom of that NP. Big surprise. So the crowd in the background looks less shit when it's at nighttime because you can't see them as well. I might have to reset though. This is going so badly. Like, the way the deck just shuffled there twice in a row is just... I'm getting nothing done. And although I think she's got what it takes to solo this, oh my god, Jesus Christ. I think she does need to get her NP at the start. Like, you're just so much slower if you don't get your NP at the start. Because it's not just about not NPing right away, it's about you're not building up to the second NP right away, and like, you just whiff so much. I might do NA in a second. I kind of want to just roll for Chin Gong and, you know, look at... I can't even remember the memorial fights on NA. Might do that after this, actually. Hey, look, we have absolutely no NP gain again. Although I also just taunted when I'm not supposed to, so that's the real problem. The only memorial quest that I remember that NA has right now is the Fitcaster one, which is a pretty fun fight, to be honest, so I don't really mind. Not, oh god, I could get a lot of NP if I didn't have to, cause I could do the chain, but I got a Rosh. It's just objectively better to put a Rosh in the back and then like deal with stuff on the front row, but I didn't want to stall as much, but it's kind of screwing me over here. We've done Medusa on the Fitcaster Challenge Coaster before. She's pretty good there. Because stun is good there and AoE is good there. But we probably won't get them all done today. We'll probably just do like one or two. Oh, the half pillar? Shit. That guy is, come on! Like, what is the deal? I don't need like amazing NP gain. I just need literally any. I should. This is why if you're having NP gain problems on a unit, you with the way these, because all the fucking extra trash here, you do what I did in the Herc video, right? You put a Rush in the back and you have a level taunt and you stall at the beginning, and then whenever you're done, then you Rush. But like I just need she doesn't need that much. It really doesn't. Like her art card makes so much. It's just it's never giving me the art card is the thing. Oh my god, I'm just doing a normal setup. This is stupid. I'm gonna switch to Chin Gong anyway. I wish you could make presets that you could click over here to like filter, like you could set like preset 1, preset 2, and you could assign, like see, like when you do this, I can assign Merlin to be a favorite or not. That's all you can do. I wish you had like a 1, 2, and 3, and then when you click 1, 2, or 3, like you can assign them to 1, 2, and 3 in a different menu, right? Like in the card menu. And then when you click 1, 2, and 3, whatever you assign to 1 would show up, whatever you assign to 2 would show up. Because I'd make one of those tabs just my taunts, right? And that would just be so much faster. And you could make one just your supports, and then one like just your DPS, shit like that. Or I'd make, you could make one that's all the budget units, right? So you just automatically cut out your 4 and 5 stars, and there's just. But that would require, like a good UI, and obviously we can't have that. Alright. Fuck. I need some... there's no way to do what I did in the Herc video because you're not allowed to bring 2 Georges. And, I could summon a Leonidas, but nobody slots a fucking Leonidas. So I can't use mine. Let's see, what do I do then? Well, no, there's really nothing I can do. I'm not gonna bother. What I would do if I was making a video or something is I would just slot Leonidas on my ult account, but I can't be bothered with that. Wait, you like Carmilla? I knew you liked Carmilla, like I didn't know you liked Carmilla. She's got a fun toolkit though. She's Carmella, but with a car. I mean, it's true. And she has dogs. Yeah, it's hard to find Hans's. Hey, look, that's like more than I need, but I'm not going to complain. We need this to die, though. The way I'm doing it backwards now. Damn, I really thought she'd do more damage than that. Not good. It's literally more NP gain than I need. Like, I don't even need NP gain anymore. I just need... You literally don't need her art card like one time. I need to kill things now. This is why having a level George would work, because George wouldn't die right here, and then you would kill these, and then when George is dead, you know, then you Stella. Wow, that's actually really good for me. I just lucked out right there. Jesus Christ. Normally I hate it when that happens, but the way this one is going, I kind of needed that to happen. Although, it really wouldn't matter, actually, because she casts her heal skill. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. That's actually a really nice safety net for her. On turn 1, she's going to attack to heal herself, and normally you'll whiff that heal because you're at full health. But she wants to cast the skill anyway because she wants the attack aspect of it. Where if she takes damage, she's like, hey, now my heal isn't wasted. So yeah, she doesn't really care. That's a really nice safety net, actually. There's a lot of fights where, you know, you have to deal with kind of bullshit like this. Shame I didn't get my quick card. Yeah, Cairo plays JP more, but he doesn't play NA much. It used to be the other way around, but he almost never plays NA now. So if Orochi did what he just did, he would kill everyone in the Coliseum and the crowd, and, you know, it'd be kind of rough. Okay. Sadly, there is no sun, so our damage is lower, but it should be okay. As fun as it would be to do the Buster card, there's just no reason to do it. Like, it's so much better to do this. Yeah, Rome would be gone. Feels bad. So I think one of them took off, so I guess one on one side will take off a defense buff, and one on the other side will take off a resistance buff. So actually I think Buster is next. I think Quick is one she loses last. I guess because back then, I think they literally did that because back then, almost all assassins were Quick, and none of them were really art other than like 100 face, so that art's like the least important one to get rid of. Let's see. I want to heal. Should go back to full health here. Not quite. That is so much healing, though. Oh, right. It's like random, but she does that every once in a while. That's bad. Ooh, that's bad. Oh boy. Might not want to focus on the healing angle. I guess we'll see. I can actually do damage now. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, she heals herself when she NPs. That's a thing. Get rid of those attack buffs! Wow, Mev is already getting fucked up though. Damn it! If I could have lived that turn, we'd have been in such good shape, and we were so close to surviving that. Let's see. I really hate to use Atlas here because it means all the cooldown reduction we just did from our NP is pointless, but that's what happens when you're not 10-10-10. Also, if we were 10-10-10, dude, if we were 10-10-10, I could cast my first skill and then use Atlas and then cast my third skill. And so Atlas would hit my first skill and my third skill, where now it's like just gonna whiff. Is it even worth casting? I guess so, just because I need the damage. If I NP one more time, I win. Dude, if I was 10-10-10, I could cast this, which gives me NP charge. How about them mats, man? Well, I can heal a bunch, at least there's that. One day, she'll get to do the shit she's supposed to. Their hit counts are really low. Uh-oh. We're literally one turn off, so if Nev didn't fucking barely kill us on that turn, we would have won. I think I need to change the command code some. I actually might be able to kill her this turn, but these still have their attack buff, so the trash will probably kill me. What? I should have done more damagey command codes. I think we would have died anyway, though. Although we had our damage cut, I don't think that would have been enough to survive the trash mobs. Like, the trash mobs hit really hard at the end there. So there was two ways to win that, though. Potentially doing more damage there, or just Mev not doing quite as much damage as she did. Okay. There's a couple things I can do here. So critting is pretty irrelevant here, although actually if we had crit like one extra time throughout that run, Mev would have died, but that's not reliable. So it's either more NP gain or like utility to actually, because I didn't remove one of her attack buffs, and so she did slightly more, when Nev attacked me, she did a bit more damage than normal. The problem is I don't want to give, I think we give this one up. Although it's giving us a lot of, because I want the heal, because surviving that one turn Mev attacks you, healing yourself for extra is good, so you have more health to deal with, but also removing her attack up is good. There's one thing I could do, is you do this, and then you put the set NP gain one on the quick one, and you have slightly better looping. But I don't think it'd be enough better looping to result in us actually getting our NP any faster than we were getting it before. Yeah, I know, Choco Jana doesn't have any problem here. Of course not. Not only does she remove the buffs on Mev, but she removes the attack buffs on the trash mobs, which that's actually the main threat here. Honestly, though, the only reason we lost was because Mev quick charged that guy and he NP'd us in the face, and we just lost like our entire health bar. If that hadn't happened, we actually would never have been on the like back foot in the first place. I'm gonna give this the attack removal just in case I do want to remove an extra attack buff. I don't know, it might be better just to abandon the healing and just do more damage. If I put just straight damage command codes on her, or over the multiple turns you punch Mev in the face, it's probably enough damage to just win a turn sooner. And if you win a turn sooner, you don't need to live a turn longer, if that makes any sense. Dude, crit down is such a good ability. Not only does it just save you so much health, but it removes obnoxious RNG. It makes things so much, like, funner when you have reliable crit down, because then you don't have to deal with LOL, the boss they didn't just crit you, they buster crit you, right? You don't have to deal with that nonsense. D rank. Dude, I love App Media's explanation of why Canis is D rank. They just list an insane amount of positives, but then they say she can't loop, so D rank. That's literally what their explanation is. It makes no sense. And by all means say, you know, all these positives, but, you know, because they can't loop and other units can do what she does and loop, then she's not top tier. Sure! Yeah, not S tier, maybe not even A tier, right? Yeah, okay. But what about B tier? What about C tier? Wait, like, what? Like, how is it just, oh, you can't loop through D tier? Like, what? That's just stupid. And again, it's like video game reviewers acting like, you know, 7, or actually more like the fans, but, you know, fans acting like 7 out of 10 is a terrible, terrible video game, right? You have to have a spectrum of good and bad here, right? It's not like the best or absolute garbage, right? That's not how this works. Hey, Radgast. Thank you, man, for the 38 months. It's a little bit of time. But yeah, they just list like positive after positive after positive about Canis, and then at the very end, just like such a short sentence, they're just like, however, her 20% battery charge is not enough for her to loop, and thus she stays D tier. It's like, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Could you all, like, I don't know, attack George at all? Arash, could you miss that 60% crit? No, I didn't think so. Any other time? Oh my god, I have to fucking miss the 20% crit, please. I need to use this art card too, though. Oh my god, this sucks. Like, I need to use the art card because it's an art chain. Okay, you know what? No, it's George's last turn. If he had 2 turns on taunt, I could just move on and let them kill George. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Alright, she doesn't care if she gets attacked, though. Like, if she takes a little bit of damage, it's not a big deal. So I just have to wait until they kill George naturally. Because that couldn't possibly take a long time, right? Wow, they didn't kill. I'm shocked. But Jesus Christ, how did we not kill there? Like, what? I guess she is just level 90, but still. So I want to get Arash's art card to get him 200% just because it's cool to see that big extra damage, but it's very impractical to do that. So I'm going to be a boring bastard and do this. Being meta, yeah. Disgusting. I like to be very meta with off-meta things, right? You know, the meta thing to do is to bring all my 5 stars, but I don't do that. I go out of my way not to use my 5 stars. But then what I am left with, I try to be as meta with as possible, right? And like, if I play like a game that has classes, like Dark Souls or an MMO or JRPG or whatever, you know, I might play a very unmeta class, right? Like there might be like a low tier class, but I'll try to play that class as well as possible, right? Okay, well, I can't make much stars here, so... Oh, Arash gets 200% anyway. Get that bonus damage. I've beaten Dark Souls at level 1 before. I actually find it, though, to be more fun if you do it at, like, 15, because then you have more variety, and if you want to do it with a certain weapon or something, you can. Instead, because if you do it at level 1, there's such a strict, like, way to play that you need to do that's not as fun. And there's really no difference. Like, if you're like level 15, you still get one shot, right? And if you want to, you can actually make it harder, right? You could do level 1 and just not upgrade your weapon as much. And then it's actually harder than doing it at level 1 with an upgraded weapon, right? So the level 1 thing is like clickbait. People act like that's the be-all end-all, but there's so many ways to make the game harder, right? Like, don't use pyromancy, right? Now it's way harder, right? Like, that kind of stuff is way more impactful being level 1 or not. I really dislike that I'm not 10-10-10 on her. It's super fucking annoying. Why are you like this? I like the close-up of the bearded guy there. This coincidence with the camera, but he's kind of got that face of oh shit. $62. Oh, that's another thing. If we were 10-10-10, we'd be getting more NP per turn. That's pretty relevant too, actually. So if I kill one of them, Mev gets to buff the trash mob twice. If I keep one of them alive, I'll get attacked by the trash mobs twice. I'm trying to think which one is better. It depends on what Mev does. If Mev does the attack buff, it's better to kill one of them. But if she does the charge, you don't really want to do that. Also, if I don't kill one of them, it'll get kind of awkward at the end with like killing one. I think is better, and you just hope Mev doesn't quick charge. And if she does quick charge, I don't even. Like a target switch and kill them both, that would be great, but there's no way to do that. So I want my NP, but I mostly need to heal. And like, I remove his buffs so he won't hit as hard, but he dies, so he's not the one attacking. The one with all the attack buffs is the one that actually gets to hit me. I could actually do a quick attack there because of my third skill. If we fail, I'll do that next time, because then I have a chance to crit, which is good. Attack up, attack up. She tried to charm me. Mev, you're throwing. You tried to charm a giant burger. What are we doing here? Like, that doesn't work. Imagine casting charm that only works on males when there are no males. Fucking stupid. That is definitely throwing right there. Let me think. I guess I use Atlas now. No reason not to. I could cast this right now if it was rank 10. Alright, I kind of want to remove Mev's attack buffs here. But using my quick card is pretty awkward. Also, I should... Okay, you know what? I'll do this. I won't heal as much, but I'll focus on getting my MP back. And also remove an extra buff. Dude, I don't know if they fixed it, but I checked multiple times. It wasn't like a one-time thing. When Arash got his animation update, during some of his frames, his sprite would just randomly mirror itself and like go backwards for like just one frame. And it did it every time he did some of his animations. I think they fixed it, but I watched it in Sony Vegas where I could like watch the footage frame by frame, and that's absolutely what was happening. For just one frame in some of his attack animations, he would just be inverted and then immediately go back to normal. I mean, she just crit me for 8k with a buster. I thought she didn't buff at all there. She just tripled, and and not only she crit, it was a Buster crit. Why don't the quicks ever crit, for God's sakes? Okay, we're all totally fine now, though. I guess I just grab my NP. I think we just win when I get my NP. I'm throwing a lot of damage away right now, but I'm pretty sure that's fine. Also, rip buffs. I like how we even remove her debuff immunity. Why would you taunt when there's only one enemy? It's like, they know who to hit. Like, who do you think they're gonna attack? Bob, right? Bob's in the crowd, man. So how am I so far ahead on this one? Did we just get unlucky on the other one? Because I still have guts. I'm way ahead. Because even if she had killed me on that one turn, I could do invulnerability right now. So somehow I'm just like light years ahead here. Yeah, I know I didn't get in. That's right, I didn't get NP'd and I didn't die there. But the thing is, the other one, I only died there because of the NP. Because if she had fast charged that guy and NP'd me, the only difference is my guts would be gone right now. I would still have the invulnerability. Or now I'm pretty sure I'm gonna win and just never use my invulnerability and never use guts. Okay, nope, never mind. No, we're not. No, we probably should have attacked a caster there. I may have just thrown. I thought she would kill them, so, okay, ooh boy, that's not good. So not only, that's super bad for a lot of reasons. It's not really bad that I didn't kill Mev, it's bad because Mev didn't lose her buffs, and now I still have to kill the trash mobs that do insane damage. I may have just thrown. If I just killed one of the trash mobs, we would have been fine. Because then, if I had attacked the trash mob after the NP instead of Mev, one of these guys would be dead. Mev would have a bit more health, but she wouldn't have the defense up and quick resistance anymore. So then I would kill Mev this turn, and then I would have an invulnerability for this guy attacking me, and then I would kill him next turn. So that was a big fucking mistake. I can kill Mev here, but shit. But my damage cut has to save me on the last turn, essentially. So this lasts forever. It's either that or when Mev dies. Well, let's see what happens when Mev dies. I can heal a good bit. Unfortunately, this is not coming off cooldown. That sucks. I don't think there's any world where I can get my NP in time. Nope, they keep the attack buffs. That is unfortunate. Alright, well, we're gonna have damage cut, and we're gonna have some health. I don't think we're gonna live, though. I think we're dead. And again, if I had just killed that trash mob on the NP turn, we would have been totally fine. I can do the heal boost. Not much else I can do that's useful. I can remove the attack buff, but that one dies, so who cares? Alright, let's see if damage cut and what health we get back is enough to live. If he didn't have the double attack buff, I would not be worried, but he do. He crit. He does not have crit up, and he's a caster. Casters have terrible crit chances. We absolutely would have lived there if he did not crit. Because he only overkill us by like a K&a. Motherfucker! And those guys only have one action per turn. You have got to be kidding me. God damn it. Alright, all I gotta do is attack the caster mob on the NP turn there. If I do that, we're good. Fucking Christ, dude. By the way, that's a good example of why when you really want to have like your go-to unit, you know, you want to be the solo guy for this unit or that unit, you go to 100 and you 2k foe. Because we would have 2,000 more health if we did that, and we still would have lived. So it gives you some wiggle room there. Now obviously I misplayed, and the better way to get that wiggle room is just, you know, be good, but you might have a harder fight where you need to be good and have that extra wiggle room, right? Yeah, the 10-10-10 we can't do anything about though. I could literally have 2k fodder and 100 and all that, and it wouldn't. I can't fix that one. That one's just bullshit. This would probably be a lot easier with Canis, just because my Canis is more upgraded, but also Canis's damage cut is larger, so... I suspect Canis has so much damage here that you probably kill Nev pretty quick, even when she has resistance stuff. She probably just bonks her out of existence pretty quick. And her extra attack doesn't even care about like the buster resistance and stuff, so... Because we heal for so much, I think I could just not taunt there if I wanted to. Okay, well, he killed George, it's fine. And if I get hit here, I don't care. Like, she'll just heal it back. I really like that. That really removes a lot of obnoxious shit that can happen with trash mobs. And then he's merciful. When I play someone that's a problem, you know, so often they won't do that. Feels bad. So I don't mind her animations. They're alright. But I think Gwen's are so much better. Like, Jesus Christ, his are just so good. Hers are kind of boring in comparison. But they're fine, they're not bad. You know, they're still, you know, bam, bam, smack, smack. Not much Stargen again. Yeah, the dog mob's pretty cool. The thing is, it's like... I'll give them credit though. I do like how they kind of hinted at that, because everyone, when they first announced them, everyone thinks it's just Gingerbread Gwen, but then it's like, why is all this weird, you know, it's like, what's with the weird chains and the dog, and then when you get her to Final Ascension, it's, oh, it's Burgess. And you're like, wait, what's Burgess? Normally I know that kind of stuff, but I didn't know what that was. I remember when we found out what her actual name was, I was like, the fuck is that? And I looked it up, and it's like, it's an urban legend about like a fucked up dog or whatever. Yeah, they picked up pretty obscure stuff there. Okay, what are we doing here? Definitely NP. I got, yeah, just... I almost want a Buster here, but no, I think you can go for the NP game. Sith is less random, to be honest, in my opinion. That could be interesting theory. You should, like, make that a video. By the way, Zerp made a video where he soloed Scath and Ku with Ricky Boy, which is super impressive. I just got crit like a motherfucker again. Anyway, it's super impressive because it's class neutral, and that fight is much harder to do at class neutral, but he's a 3-star, for God's sakes. You know, 3 stars at class neutral there, that's crazy. And it's pretty neat gameplay, actually, with Ricky. Uses like a very bizarre setup that I would not have thought of. Because, you know, Gramps has to, like, try to solo that, and Gramps is a 5-star. Ricky's a 3-star, right? Like, Jesus. He's got it unlisted right now, so I'm not going to link to it until he decides to put it up. Because he said he hadn't made a description for it and all kinds of stuff. But if he makes it live, I'll share with everybody. It's really good. Like, I really like the gameplay. Like, it's one of the better solos I've seen in a while. God, that damage we just took there, that's rough. Alright, we want to heal. So, boom, boom, and I guess stars. I'm really iffy if I should kill this ad here or not. It changes the way this plays quite a bit if I do, versus if I don't. But I've never not killed it, so I'm just kind of rolling with it for now. Oh. Oh my god. That makes this so much better. Like, the turn order there. I think if you kill the front one, I think it's better than if you kill the back one, I think. Because I think what happens... Let me think. I think what happens if you kill the back one is I think Mev goes first. And then... Well, I don't think she still goes first anyway, so it might not matter. I think she's just an idiot. I need to look, though, but she the turn order there might matter. Because I remember what she did last time was she buffed and then the mob got an action, right? And so because he had his NP, he could use it. Where that one, it's like he already attacked. But I think she buffed and then he attacked, then she buffed again, I think. So I think it's just she have to do the NP charge as her first action. If she does it as her second action, then it doesn't matter. So that's kind of random. But the odds of her doing it are pretty bad. She seems to have like 4 or 5 things she can do. Because when ads are alive, she will not attack. She will always do one. She'll taunt. She'll, you know, MP charge them, she'll give them an attack buff, she'll do something, right? And so it has to, she has to pick the MP charge, and then it can't be her second action, it must be the first one. So you're pretty safe for the most part, but it is possible for that to go awry. I wish my Merlin was off cooldown here. But I figure it's good to get the NP gain. Well, we get a lot of defense down there. That's good. Why you gotta crit me? What the fuck? She crit me, bustered, and then crit me. Oh my god. We might be dead now. Depends on how much health we get back. I think I attack one of these guys now. Or is it better to do it... Because you only have to do a little bit of damage to them, but I'm trying to think how much damage I'll lose on Mev if I do that. And I could also get rid of Mev's attack buffs if I attack her right here. I think it's better to attack him now, because then I could BB Mev next turn. I think that's good enough? Man, I gotta be smarter with my command codes. They so are not syncing up on like the right turns. See, now I think I should have just done enough damage to kill him. If I had done enough damage to kill him, what is he doing? Good using my invulnerability there. But if I'd killed him, she'd already lose the defense up, so my NP would do more damage. The Mev has to die this turn. I'm not sure that's going to happen. More damage versus getting an extra 1,000 health. I can also target switch and kill both casters. That would be right if I had any kind of like survivability left. But because we lost our guts, it's not happening. I'm hoping we kill Mev, and then we need enough health to survive the guy on the side. But I'm not sure I'm gonna kill Mev if I don't go for that Beggar Buster card, because not only does it have a crit chance, but it ignores armor, because this guy might remove her quick resist. Well, let's see what happens. I think there's a way to make this a lot easier, though. I think if I switch around some command codes and just kind of figure some shit out, there's some changes. Like, it's something I have to like mess around with. I'm not going to intuitively know it, but you only have to switch this in your favor by a little bit for this to be like really in her ability to do. 5k, and yeah, she kept the fucking defense up, of course. I still don't understand why I'm so much farther behind now, though. Because I'm way farther behind than the other run. Even though the other run failed, that was just because I misplayed. Where this one I didn't misplay, but I'm like 2 turns off. Like there's a 2-turn difference between this run and the last run. And as far as I can tell, there should only be 1. Like there was that turn where I got, you know, Omega blasted, but that should only be a 1-turn difference. I don't know why it's being a 2-turn difference. I honestly would not make this a video, though, until I figured out something I could do to make it more in my favor, because right now, it's just RNG. Well, the only reason we didn't get off another MP, though, is because we died so much faster. Because that was like the whole thing. I had so much less time on that one, because we ran out of survival so quick. God, this is so frustrating, because this wouldn't be a thing if she was 10-10-10, because she'd be doing more damage with her NP, and she'd be getting her skill back faster, and she'd be getting more NP charge, and she'd be getting more stars, right? Like, it's super stupid. The thing is, again, the Mev crits is only 1 turn. Y'all really missing this here. It's like, if those Mev crits didn't happen, my guts would have only gone off 1 turn later. That's only a 1-turn difference, right? But there's a 2-turn difference there, so we lost another turn somewhere else. Yeah, she did get batteried by the mob, because if she didn't get batteried there, I might have lived another turn, because we still had damage cut and we just healed a bunch, but the NP one-shots us. I might go for the caster mobs first, then. What I think needs to change, though, if I wanted to make this run more consistent, is, one, figure out if killing that 1 trash mob, like the spear guy on that 1 turn is worth it or not. And then figure out if these command codes are worth it. Like some of the the slower command codes, I'm not sure are actually worth it. Or if I just did damage, it might be better. I might even do the NP up one, because then I could target switch and the NP does more damage. And because it's hitting 3 targets, that actually helps. God, you guys have no idea how long it took me to figure out how to like make that coup solo over the Herc without the damage CE like better. Because he could do it before, it just wasn't like good, right? It was too random. What I had to do to try to find like a little bit more value, I tried so many stupid things. I tried like because you have to, a lot of times you can't try something once and really figure it out, right? Because you have to, maybe I played it wrong, maybe I got unlucky, right? You have to test a lot. Oh my god, these fucking trash mobs, dude. Anyway, so I had to try to try different command code setups, and then try that command code setup with all the Mystic codes, and vice versa, and then try all the different RNG. It took so long. I was really happy with it when I finally figured it all out. I was really happy with the end result, but oh my god, that took so much effort. But once I got it, it's like the win rate skyrocketed. But god, it took so much effort to get there. This is why you don't fight Herc without the damage CE. Man, I'd really like to get stars in this turn, but it never happens. And I actually cast Stargin up on Arash too soon, so we don't even get that. Which can actually make you lose a star or two. Not much, but isn't that amazing though? You've got skills like Instinct and other things that just make like 10 to 20 stars, right? And then Clairvoyance on a unit like Arash, at best it's like generate 2 stars. No, and maybe if you get lucky over like the 3 turns, maybe it makes 4 stars. Like, that's so bad. like you maybe make 1 to 4 extra stars off an entire skill. Like, that's just pathetic. It's because they didn't actually like test the effect of Stargin and like practically. They just made it day 1 and they thought it'd probably make more stars than that, but it absolutely didn't. What is her overcharge? I don't remember. Is it more bonus health? That's actually good if it is. And if so, I'm gonna be sad that I didn't make it to 200%. Oh no, it's the Buster performance. Wow, her overcharge sucks. The initial overcharge is fine, it's just 20%. Like, your MP does 20% more damage, that's good. But when it overcharges, it gains 5%. That's so bad. And like, Bedivere, I think, gains like 15. His is really good. Talk about not being created equal there. Let me see. Bedivere's base is 30%, and then he goes up to 40% from the overcharge. So his base is 10% higher, and he gains 5% more per rank. So, yeah, Bedivere a bit better on that one. And he has an upgraded NP, so his, NP multiplier is higher compared to hers. Rip, Spriggan feels bad. This song is super good, man. I've never played the game, but I remember it got so much praise back in its day. Beautiful Joe. Came out such a long time ago, super old game, but it's like a 2D platformer with an art style like no other. I don't know how to put it. If you ever just look up Beautiful Joe, quite the art style in that one. Debuff immune, so if she gets the attack buffs, it might be a bit harder to remove them. I see, they cast it as the arrive. It's an auto cast, so. So I could attack Mev now, and then remove some of those attack buffs for later, and then get my NP. I think I've never tried it the other way, but my gut says killing this guy is right. But I may be wrong. At some point, if I ever wanted to try to get more value, I would see what would happen if you did it the other way. I think I saved my heal command code here. Do I, though? Because I don't think I actually need to use my quick card. But what if I do? Okay, I'm doing this no matter what. If I do quick art, I'll definitely get my NP. And he'll definitely die. But I'll miss out on 1,000 health. If my third skill was rank 10, I would feel so much better about doing BBA. Because, she actually might be better doing ABB. She might be one of those. Isn't her Buster 2-hit? Might actually fail to do 64k in that. Probably not, though. She has her buff. She probably would do 64k regardless. This is a super hard turn. Like, the safe thing to do is just do quick A and don't deal with it. But I really do want to min-max my health. Fuck. Let's see, she's not, you gotta remember, she's not rank 10. Let me look at what she actually gets at rank 8. She gets 13.5. I think I gotta do quick. Of course you crit. Like, if I knew I was gonna get an art crit, I obviously wouldn't need the quick, right? Fucking crap. Yeah, we overcharged by, oh yeah, we get attacked, right? When we get attacked, we get NP gain. I overcharged by 43%. Yeah, I totally needed that quick cards. God damn it. I could invulnerability here if I feel like this turn is riskier. It shouldn't be though. I mean, Riders have an okay crit chance. It's not as good as Assassin, but I'm gonna remove a lot of her attack buffs. I'm gonna heal a lot. I almost want to BB her. If I BB her, I heal for so much health, and I have a really high crit chance, and my NP will remove her Buster Resist. So it's a lot of damage to her, but I probably need to get my fucking NP though. But the crits! Look at the 70-90! And then I'll heal for such a crap load. I'll heal for like 1,500 more if I do that. I'll basically be at full health, and my NP heals me for 3, right? Like, I'm so tanky if I do that. That way, if I get crit, I'm not necessarily dead. Quick art is a lot safer though, because although I don't get as much health back, I do remove one of the attack buffs. And that means I don't need as much health theoretically, so I'll just pretend the 70 and 90 missed. It was that RNG, right? You know the one. And then we save scummed, right? And then we went back and we took the NP gain. That's what I'm gonna pretend here. We used K-Scope to look into the other timeline. That's what it is. Thank you for the 5 bits. I see. Not sure how I scammed you, but you know. Of course you. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, not only does she just crit all the time with no crit up, but she also triple attacks. And we've seen it, and when her ads are dead, she absolutely will cast skills, right? Just same RNG pretty much as always for an enemy attacking. And she fucking double crits, triple attacks. Jesus Christ, man. I kind of want to kill this trash mob, because if I invest into it, I can. But then I'll definitely NP slower. I think that will kill him. I'll have to crit once. If I did BBB, I wouldn't have to crit at all. It's gonna be close. Oof. Okay, I think the back one actually removes her defense buff, so that's the one I should have gone for. Hey, look, he didn't crit. God, that was so dumb. Now we're just so ahead. We're not like ahead a little. We still have our third skill. We've got our gut still, and we're invulnerability the NP. Like, we're just so far ahead on this one. I think I target switch. This should kill him. I still want to find something to make it a hair better. I do want to make a video for her, but I'm planning on making a video for her as soon as she's 10-10-10. I have a million good boss fights with her that I can do. That'll make a good video. I'll just like do Burgess versus the world, because I haven't made one of those videos in a while. But we'll see. This is interesting though, but yeah, we'll see. I may have just gotten horrible luck earlier, but even then, I feel like you can find a way to do this with her even if you have horrible luck. And that's what I like to be able to find out. Also, I still need to edit that video for New Kid. I've actually edited it, I just haven't done the music and like that kind of thing. But I mean, it was so hard for me to, like, I want to add in some memes, but like it just wasn't working. I was having like a creative block. Like, are we gonna win and never have guts go off? What the fuck? And we have damage cut up now. And look, she has no buffs anymore. Like, now her attack buffs are gone, right? So she's so much weaker now. And she's probably dead this turn. And I heal for a crap load. Like, now it's not even close. I have damage cut, I heal, we have guts, she has no more buffs. She's also a corpse. Hey, what the fuck? Like, look at this! Look at this nonsense! That'll probably be some kind of video though, but I gotta figure something out. I like this. Okay, I want to play NA, but it is so late. So I think I will do NA tomorrow. No, wait. No, we'll do a little bit of NA. I'm gonna go do a few rolls for Chin Gong at least, right? So we'll do a wee bit of NA here, but probably won't have time to play it that much just because it's crazy late. Let's see if we can get some Chin Gong, and I also just want to look at like what's going on over there. I logged in earlier to just grab it, like grab the login reward stuff, but I could do the GSSR. I would. Oh my god. I don't. Who's even in it? Let me look. I never want to do GSSRs on my own because I already have the units I care about, right? And NA is an alt account, so like who gives a shit? And I just always get stupid shit. Like if I'm telling you, if I was left to my own devices and I wasn't a streamer, I would not do the GSSR, and especially on NA, because I mostly care about JP, and the few things I really want on NA I already have. So, but I know it's funny, and legitimately, sometimes I do get things that I just normally wouldn't get, and it can be fun to just, hey, look, this account now has this thing that I don't normally use, and it ain't that fun. So how many? Can you see? Okay, I have 4 paid Saints Courts. That's probably from the I pretty much guarantee you that's from the last GSSR. I'm like positive that's from the last GSSR. That's just what's left over. Okay, so this one, what even is the theme with this one? Fuck this one. God, I'm not doing fuck. Got all the like meta supports in it. I don't care about that. The only thing I really like over here is like Iskandar, but that's it. Yikes. So I don't like Benny. I don't like Mothman. I don't like Hokusai. I don't like Summer, Joan of Arc. Her regular version's fine. I don't give a shit about that. I don't really like Abigail that much. I don't hate her, but I don't really like Abigail. Gil we just use for the dragon on this account because I've got a level 100 Gil on JP. Arthur would be nice. Ereshagal would actually be nice just because I like Scath more than Ereshagal. I like Arthur more than Ereshagal. I like Nobu more than Ereshagal. But Ereshagal is one of those units that has really fun gameplay that I never will really have. Just because she's cool, but not enough. She's a 5-star, so I'm not gonna like roll hundreds of SQ on her, right? I guess it's the limited nonsense. And thank you, Truck Coon, for the sub. Alright, fuck it, fine. Well, just for the entertainment value, I'll do this one, because fuck the other one. The other one sucks. Hold on, I'm not sure if I've got it set up where I can just buy SQ. So hold on. Dude, I don't think I knew how to buy SQ until NA, because I just didn't know. I'm telling you, this... I'm not really embarrassed by this because, who wails on this game, but it's kind of embarrassing. I literally did not know I'm serious. I did not know you could buy SQ in FGO if you had SQ. I thought you could only buy it if you ran out. I thought like that was the only way you could like bring up the menu if you tried to roll if you were out of SQ, and that's how you bought it. I literally thought that's how it was for so long. I don't think I knew about it until NA. I can't remember. I think I knew before that. I think I knew, because I want to say I did a GSSR on JP before NA existed. I'm almost positive. I think I'm pretty sure I did the Saber one, and I don't think NA was out then. So I think I figured it out before that. But you know, I never looked to buy SQ anyway. And thank you, Truckcoon, for wait. Oh, you gifted subbed before, and now you subbed. Thank you. Okay, so you have to buy. I had 4, so I need 11 SQ, right? What is the smallest amount you can buy? 12. So I'll buy 12, okay. I'm having to like verify my device. It's like, is this you? Blah blah blah. Okay, I think I did it. And then the game crashed. Okay. Great. Really good. I don't know if that worked or not. I verified everything and then the game crashed. So I don't know if it actually bought the SQ or not. Believe me, I would not do this. I wouldn't even be tempted to do this if I was just playing on my own. But it is something fun to stream, and again, I might get a unit. You know, it's fine. But when I logged in, then it said that it went through. Like as soon as I brought the game back up. All right, let me just make sure I did that right. Yes, we got it. Can do this stupid GSSR. I'm not gonna lie though, if this is JP, I don't think I would do it because I really want DW to like pick their game up, and you gotta hit them in the wallet. But I don't mind doing it on NA because NA makes no money, and because of that, they don't give a fuck about NA, and I want them to give a fuck about NA, so I don't really mind giving NA money because Jesus Christ, there's just so many things that this could be that I'm not gonna be happy with. There's just so many things. Yep, that's the good stuff right there. Can you all remember the last time I had a good GSSR? I've had one. I remember we had the one we got Achilles and his Kandar. But I think ever since then, I think every time I do GSSR, and I always do it for the fucking stream, I think it's always bad. I get like Ishtar, Tam, Trap Base, right? And those are the stuff I don't like. It's kind of silly. I don't even level Super Orion though, because if I want to do Super Orion, I just use Losts. Like he's cool and everything, but it's, you know, Lost is so much better than mine. And it's on my ult, right? And my ult doesn't have like the SQ to level a 5-star because I don't play it very much. That CE's garbage, by the way. I wish I'd get Moriarty 2 years in a row. That'd be great. Like an NB2 Moriarty, let's go. I'm always just so content with my accounts. I just don't care so like about the 5 stars too much, right? Because I mostly use the 3 stars, and the few 5 stars I want, I save up for and I get them, right? So I'm always just super content with my accounts. Like seriously, like I love my accounts, and because of that, I don't really give a fuck about the just insane randomness of GSSR. If you like most of the 5 stars, then it's super worth it, right? And every once in a while, they make a pool where like 70% of the pool I like, but that almost never happens anymore. Like there's just so many 5 stars now, and they make really weird, like arbitrary, like what's in what pool now. So Arthur, I'd be okay with. The thing is, I've got him on my main account, so he's never gonna be as strong as that one. But I do like Arthur a lot. Okay, it's an archer, and you have to be fucking kidding me. It's so many times, and like there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot. Can I get her sister? Can I have her sister instead? That'd be so much better. Like there's a lot of 5 stars that I wouldn't be hype about, but I wouldn't be mad, right? But it's always Tam, Ishtar, you know, this kind of shit. Why? Like this is like the 3rd time we've gotten Ishtar. Like what the fuck? Go away. You're useless trash. Jesus Christ. Well, this is pretty much what we expected. It's you know how it goes. Yeah, use the Ascension boost on Ishtar. Yeah, right. If I'd gotten to like a Reshigal, I would do that. But God, I'd have been. There's so many things in there that would have been. But okay. Now, chat. 5 stars. No one cares about the 5 stars. We want those 2 stars, right? We want that Chin Gong. There we go. We want that Chin Gong. That is a roll, right? Now that's what I'm talking about. You know, it can take a while to get 2 stars, by the way, right? And they're pretty random, but you know, he knows what's up. You know, we know what we're about. We don't have 5-star shit. We get Chin Gong. There we go. Easy, by the way. That's good, because, you know, he's the one that I really want, right? And you don't want to have to spend 1 million FP to get Chin Gong, so we'll see if we can get some extra copies, because, I did 1 roll last night, and in 1 roll I got Bart and Charlotte, so they don't show up as new. That's all I've done. So all the other ones I don't have. I want to get the other bronzes just out of principle, but Chin Gong is definitely the one you use the most. That's a lot of Charlottes. I want to get Jason too, because he's just cool. There you go, just gotta ask for it. Just gotta ask for it, it's fine. Dude, that sucks, Lost. And why? Dude, there's people defending the air quotes, so many air quotes, the safety net in FGO. It's like, you get an unregistered spirit origin, and you chat, you really gotta, I know most of you don't whale even half enough to be able to get a USO, but here's the thing. If you get a USO, it is worthless unless you get 9 more of them. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's ridiculous. And if you get 9 USOs, you have rolled so much that you have no need of 1 random 5-star. Like, who, like, it's shit, right? It's so fucking shit. It's worst system in the game is so pointless. Alright, so we need Gareth, we need, what are the, Salami, we don't have her, and obviously more copies of these. But the 1-stars don't take too long to get. Now, we have Bart, like I said, last night, I logged in, and I did my free FP summon for the day, and I got Bart and Charlotte. Oh, right. I totally forgot about Paris. I never use him, which is why. Fucking Apollo, by the way, just running everything. Although, honestly, I might like Paris less as an adult, because I really don't like Paris at all. Like, in the, you know, the stories and stuff. He sucks. Like, who the fuck likes Paris? And like, the Iliad and everything, right? Like seriously. Like, at least as a kid, right? You know, you can't blame him, right? He's just a kid, man. Hector, yeah, I guess Hector does. But look what happened to Hector! Look what happened to Hector because he tried to defend Paris. He fucking died. Like, Paris is the responsible one for all that nonsense, and he doesn't die for it. Pretty much everyone dies except for Paris, right? And all the other people that die were not responsible for that nonsense. Fucking Pence dies. Okay, I'd like some more like Chin Gongs, and we need Gareth still. I think Gareth is the only one we don't have. Iliad spoiler shaking my head. Iliad's pretty awesome, by the way. I'm just like looking at like how, you know, they saw like the different periods that some of those were written. It kind of reflects like where their society was at the time and stuff, and it's kind of interesting. Like the differences between the Iliad and the Odyssey and such. There we go. I think we've gotten, no wait, Salami. We haven't gotten Salami yet. So Chin was our first 2-star. Like again, 2 stars can take a second to get, so that was really lucky. Gareth has uses. She's not super meta, but she does have uses. And she's just fun gameplay, so. And Salami can be very meta, but only in very specific circumstances. But she can be very, very good. When you can set her up and you can actually get it to work, the value is just insane. Like, you generate 300% NP. You know, that's ridiculous, right? You hit 3 units. That's just nonsense. Oh yeah, we get the better XP cards now. From this point on, I like never do daily Ember things because it's just like the passive ones you get from. I don't level units a lot because I've already got most of the core stuff leveled, and I don't care about very many new golds that are added to the game. So the passive XP I get from FP is more than enough for the few units they do add that I care for. I can't imagine what it's like playing FGO if you actually like 90% of the units that they add. That must be kind of obnoxious, right? Because then you have to have willpower to save up for the few units that you really like. Because oh, there's Salami. I guess we'd already gotten her. I don't remember getting her, but maybe it's weird. Anyway, because even if you like most of the units that they add, there's surely going to be a few that you like a lot more, right? But then you're going to be tempted all the time. Where that doesn't. You guys like Jesus. I'm not tempted for shit, right? Because they just don't add anything that I care about, right? They add like, you know, Van Gogh. Oh man, yeah, I'll roll on that. So it's easy for me to save up, generally speaking. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's the problem with FP right there. Yeah, you gotta be Buddha if you like everything. Alright, let me look at the stuff here. That's Caster Coup, which is just a joke. Huh. I don't remember half of these. I'm not gonna lie. I do not remember half of these. I remember Asclepius' Lost Vault 4 for some reason though, which is just awful. I don't think this year they did great picks, honestly, if I remember correctly. It can't be as bad as 5. I'm so sorry, NA. Your next anniversary is Anniversary 5. This one's pretty good, right? You get the bronzes and at least some decent fights, but oh boy, is the next one not great. So have fun with that one. The only good thing about the next one is you at least get a lot of SQ, like a lot of fucking SQ. And if you're looking forward to Chaos Territoria, you get that, right? And but that's just a new unit. That's not really part of like what they're doing for the game, right? It's just, hey, it's a new 5-star, give me your money, right? That's pretty different. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of 5. So much effort only to be ignored by green. What did I ignore? Oh, did you actually get it? How'd you kill the Spriggan? How'd that go? Alright, boys, I think we'll wrap up there. Tomorrow, though, we'll probably do mostly NA, actually. I think we'll mix it up a little bit. And then we'll do a bit more JP here and there. But, yeah, Lost Vault 6 will be the next big thing for JP. And then after that, it's probably right into the anniversary, so. It buffed like a dumbass. Well, yeah, that's one way to do it. Feels bad, Spriggan. Alright, boys, let's see if we can raid somebody real quick. I feel like we barely did anything today. I just talked too much, and so we didn't really get anything done in Nerofest. Okay. We'll raid Fino. He's playing some FGO. He's probably doing NA, I would think. Alright, boys. Go get him. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for the support. And blah, 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 mouth service. I'm out of here.